Chapter 27:17. 800 years ago, the Heaven Punisher star zone had already become the Heaven Punisher's main camp. The Heaven Punisher had taken over the 300 worlds and turned them into an impregnable fortress. The cultivators and commoners living in the various worlds had long gotten used to the Heaven Punisher's rule. Even if they were enslaved by the Heaven Punisher and were ordered around and oppressed by the Heaven Punisher, they were still at ease. They had no thoughts of resisting. In the White Dragon's words, the cultivators and commoners of these worlds had long since learned to resign themselves to adversity. Their servility had been deeply rooted in their hearts. After all, most of the cultivators and commoners had less than 800 years of life. They had not experienced the great war and tragic scenes of the Heaven Punisher's invasion. They had lived under the Heaven Punisher's rule since birth. Most of the cultivators and experts who had lived for more than 800 years had died in the Great War back then. A portion of the survivors had been turned into puppets by the Heaven Punisher. They were loyal and devoted to the Heaven Punisher. How could they have any thoughts of resisting? When Ji Tianqing and the others killed their way into the various worlds and killed the Heaven Punisher, they became the public enemy of the entire world. Not only did they have to deal with the Heaven Punisher, but they also had to deal with the encirclement of the various races' experts. Even if they explained that they had come to save the commoners, the cultivators and commoners of the various worlds were not moved. They even righteously stated that they lived very peacefully and did not need anyone to save them. The White Dragon and the 4 divine beasts were very angry when faced with such a situation. Even Yunyao and Ji Ku were so angry that they were depressed. Ji Tianqing was not surprised at all. He calmly persuaded everyone. No matter what race, all living beings like to be content with the status quo. Even if they lose their freedom and are enslaved and oppressed, their lives are miserable. As long as they are still alive, they can endure anything. Over time, their servility is deeply ingrained in them. Thus, we cannot blame the commoners for being too stupid. Let's not think of ourselves as noble saviors. We are just avengers. We only want to destroy the Heaven Punisher. We just need to do what we think is right. Everyone felt much better after listening to his advice. Later on, when they killed their way into the various worlds and were surrounded by the Heaven Punisher and indigenous cultivators, they no longer had any psychological burden. No matter who it was, as long as they besieged or tried to assassinate them, only death awaited them. On average, they had to save a world every 2 months and kill thousands of heaven-punishing generals and soldiers. The heaven-punishing star area, which had been peaceful for 800 years, was now in a bloody storm. In the first few years, every world that they went to was guarded by a large number of heaven-punishing generals. 5 years later, they had saved 30 worlds. From then on, when they arrived at the various worlds, they found that the soldiers guarding the worlds had all left. Without a doubt. The news of Ji Tianqing's invasion of the heaven-punishing star zone had already spread to every world. The Heaven Punishers guarding the various worlds received orders from Planet Heaven Punisher and retreated to Planet Heaven Punisher. They wouldn't make unnecessary sacrifices. They would stay in various worlds and wait for Ji Tianqing to slaughter them. When Ji Tianqing and the others realized this, they decisively changed their plans. He no longer headed to the various worlds to kill the Heaven Punishers. Instead, he headed straight for Planet Heaven Punisher. After all, the Heaven Punisher Great Emperor, the Imperial Tutor, the Left and Right Protectors, and the 5 Marshals were all dead. In the current Heaven Punisher clan, only Empress Yun Shuiyan and Crown Prince Tian Shu were left. No matter how many Heaven Punishers the mother and son gathered, their power was limited. Ji Tianqing and the others weren't worried at all. They would have no problem killing their way into Planet Heaven Punisher. In the depths of the Heaven Punishing Star area, the famous Planet Heaven Punisher floated silently in the void. The entire planet was protected by a dazzling purple divine light. There was also a huge 5-colored band of light in the void around it. The five-colored band of light with a diameter of 1 billion miles was formed by a vast amount of divine power. It was like a protective ring around Planet Heaven Punisher. It could also send endless divine power to Planet Heaven Punisher. It was very mysterious. In all the 3,000 worlds, only Planet Heaven Punisher had this item. After all, only Planet Heaven Punisher was protected and supported by the upper realm's godly spirits. This planet with a diameter of 200 million miles could only be ranked second among the 300 worlds in the heaven-punishing star area. The largest planet was Planet Celestial Globe. 900 years ago, Planet Celestial Globe had been the main planet of the entire star area. However, after the Heaven Punishers had taken over the entire star area, they had become the overlords of this star area. Even the name of Planet Celestial Globe had been changed to Heaven Punisher Star Area. Currently, Planet Heaven Punisher was home to almost 30 billion Heaven Punishers. The population had long swelled to the point of exploding. Not only were there kingdoms and cities built on the land, but there were also countless kingdoms and cities built under the ground, in the mountains and forests, and on the islands of the endless sky ocean. The problem of housing for the Heaven Punishers had been solved. At least everyone had a place to settle down. However, the Heaven Punishers had an extremely strong reproductive ability. After receiving the protection and baptism of God's grace, their strength had increased rapidly. Planet Heaven Punishers' cultivation resources had long been overexploited and collected. It had become barren and barren. If not for the nourishment of endless divine power, Planet Heaven Punisher would have become a barren and abandoned planet. Fortunately, the Heaven Punishers had sent billions of elite soldiers to invade various star areas and occupy more than 1,000 worlds. Every day, countless heaven-punishing battleships would return from various star areas and send a vast amount of resources they had plundered back to Planet Heaven Punisher. When the battleships left Planet Heaven Punisher, they would bring along a large number of elite soldiers and experts to replenish the forces of various star areas. This was the only way to maintain the balance and stability of Planet Heaven Punisher. More and more people were sent to various star areas. The Heaven Punishers had plundered the cultivation resources of various worlds and sent them back to Planet Heaven Punisher. On the surface, it seemed that the Heaven Punishers were rapidly expanding and strengthening. At most, they would be able to conquer all 3,000 worlds in 1,000 years. However, Great Emperor Heaven Punisher, the Thearcha's son, and the many marshals had already expected this result. In less than 200 or 300 years, the balance of Planet Heaven Punisher would be broken. At that time, the entire star would be abandoned. The 30 billion Heaven Punishers would have to split into two groups and move to Planet Celestial Globe and another star. Therefore, Great Emperor Heaven Punisher had been preparing for this since 100 years ago. 2 billion heaven-punishing craftsmen were building cities and kingdoms on Celestial Globe and the other star day and night. 100 years later, when Planet Heaven Punisher was on the verge of being abandoned, the Heaven Punishers would cross the void and move to those two stars. However, no one had expected that the Heaven Punishers would suffer an unprecedented blow while this plan was in progress. Great Emperor Heaven Punisher and many experts had died. The only experts left in the Heaven Punishers were the Thearcha's son and the Thearcha's empress. When the news reached Planet Heaven Punisher, the Thearcha's empress and Tian Shu were extremely shocked and grief-stricken. At the same time, Tian Shu decisively issued a ban to block the news and forbade anyone from leaking the secret. Chapter 27:18. At that moment. It was evening and the sun was setting. Planet Heaven Trader was as peaceful as ever. The people of the Heaven Trader in the 5 continents and 3 seas were cultivating and living as usual. Everyone was kept in the dark and did not know that the great emperor of the Heaven Trader and a few marshals had died. More than 30 billion people were still immersed in their pride and longing, waiting for the Heaven Trader to unify the 3,000 worlds. Ordinary martial artists worked hard to cultivate. The experts who had just reached the cross-calamity realm were gathering in the imperial cities of the various countries, waiting for the annual divine light baptism. After the divine light baptism, they would directly reach the martial sage realm. After cultivating in seclusion for another 10 years and stabilizing their strength, they would be able to join the Heaven Trader fleet. By then, they would leave the crowded and resource-poor planet Heaven Trader and follow the fleet to conquer the universe. By then, everyone would be able to slaughter the foreign races and plunder a large amount of resources. If they performed well and were able to make contributions, they would be able to obtain vast lands and rewards. The huge temptation was constantly tempting and encouraging the hundreds of millions of martial artists. Of course, many martial artists also realized that many fleets had returned to planet Heaven Trader recently. The mighty battleships and the majestic teams gathered high in the sky, forming a sea of battleships. However, no one thought too much about it. They only thought that the great emperor had a new goal and mission. No one knew what kind of mission the hundreds of thousands of battleships were carrying. Return to the mother planet quickly. After handing in the cultivation resources, the fleets will gather as soon as possible and guard the mother planet in outer space. This was an order from the Emperor God Palace and it had already been passed down to the fleets. Therefore, more than 200,000 battleships carrying 30 million heaven-punishing warriors returned to planet Heaven Punishing and guarded the sky. Large batches of battleships flew back to planet Heaven Trader every day. After handing in the resources to the Emperor God Palace, they returned to the fleets to guard planet Heaven Trader. There was a battleship every few thousand miles in the sky above the 5 continents and 3 seas. Furthermore, outside the divine light barrier of planet Heaven Trader, the dark and cold void was filled with battleships. The entire planet Heaven Trader was surrounded by battleships. All the soldiers of the Heaven Trader fleet were on high alert and did not dare to slack off. However, the 30 million soldiers of the Heaven Conquering Army began to mutter in their hearts. They were full of doubts. What exactly had happened? Why did the Emperor God Palace send out an order to recall all the fleets to defend planet Heaven? Were they going to start a war with some power? Or was it that the heaven-punishing planet was about to face a major crisis and needed protection? Or perhaps, Great Emperor Heaven Punisher had a new target or plan? No one knew the exact reason. No one knew that the heaven-defying martial monarch whom they treated like a deity had already turned into ashes. High above the origin continent, at the peak of the vast sea of clouds stood a magnificent ancient temple. This palace was the highest ruling center of the Heaven Punisher race, the sacred and majestic Divine Emperor Palace. The Divine Emperor Palace was built 20,000 years ago. It was the masterpiece of the previous Great Emperor Tian Fa. It was only after the previous Great Emperor Tian Fa ascended to the Divine Realm 6,000 years ago that the current Great Emperor Tian Fa succeeded him. The temple, which was thousands of feet tall, exuded an ancient aura. Under the reflection of the setting sun, the temple shone with golden light, still glorious and solemn. Tens of thousands of elite guards in silver armor guarded every corner of the Emperor God Palace. Hundreds of elite martial gods in dark golden armor were on standby in the Emperor God Palace. The entire Emperor God Palace was under martial law. The atmosphere was heavy and depressing. At this moment, in the depths of the Emperor God Palace, in a magnificent and spacious secret room that was shrouded in purple light, 8 true God Realm generals in golden armor were guarding the door of the secret room. The divine power in the secret room was extremely dense. It formed a 5-colored mist that surged in 100 feet wide space. The floor and walls were paved with star divine stones and decorated with thousands of rare divine stones. No spirit vein or treasure ground in the world could compare to this secret room. Cultivating in this secret room would increase one's strength 20 times faster than cultivating in the outside world. In the north of the secret room, countless divine stones were inlaid on the wide wall, forming a huge painting of 100 birds looking up to a phoenix. The 100 birds and the phoenix that was about to fly were shining with divine light. They were lifelike. Under the exquisite stone carvings, there was a 3-foot-long purple jade bed. The bed was not made of ordinary purple jade but a divine stone that was similar to jade. It contained a special divine power that could strengthen one's divine soul and divine power. It was of high quality. This was a divine item that Great Emperor Tianfeng had found in a galaxy. It was rare, and there was only one of it in the entire Tianfeng tribe. Great Emperor Tianfeng had spent more than 20 years to make this stone bed. He placed it in this secret room for Empress Yun Shuiyan to sleep and cultivate. A graceful and hazy figure sat cross-legged on the wide bed made of purple jade, and it was indistinct under the cover of the five-colored divine mist. A gauze curtain made of supreme-grade star golden sand covered the entire stone bed. No one could see what was going on inside. The slim and graceful figure was like a goddess that had walked out of legends. She was tall and had long, icy blue hair that reached her waist. Her hair was tied up in a noble bun. She wore an icy blue dress inlaid with divine stones. There were tassels on her collar and sleeves that shone with icy blue light. She was beautiful like an 18-year-old girl. Her features were picturesque, and she had a pure and elegant temperament. Her appearance and temperament were filled with the gentleness of the water spirit clan. However, she had a pair of long and narrow phoenix eyes. The corners of her eyes extended to her temples, giving her a dignified and murderous aura. When she opened her eyes, her large and bright golden pupils were filled with the domineering aura of a god. She was the most mysterious expert of the Tianfeng tribe. She was also the empress that Great Emperor Tianfeng doted on and trusted the most, Yun Shuiyan. Not only was she the saintess of the water spirit clan, but she was also the reincarnation of a divine lord from the upper world. In the Tianfeng tribe, her status and position were second only to Great Emperor Tianfeng. At this moment, the voice of the guard captain came from outside the secret room. "Empress, His Highness has arrived." Yun Shuiyan looked up slightly. She flicked a ray of icy light from her right hand and hit the door of the secret room. Instantly, the door of the secret room creaked open. A huge figure that was 100 feet tall walked through the five-colored mist and stepped into the secret room. Although the secret room was very spacious, the 100 feet tall giant still seemed to feel oppressed and cramped when he arrived. His body was as black as ink, but there were 99 icy blue lines crisscrossing the surface of his body. There were a few hideous scars on his huge head. The top of his head was bald and shiny. He exuded a ferocious and domineering aura, and his face was very gloomy. However, when he stood in the middle of the secret room and faced the misty purple jade bed, his expression was very respectful and submissive. "Mother, you've finally come out of seclusion." Chapter 27:19. There was no doubt about it. The 30-foot-tall bald giant was the son of the great emperor of Heaven Punisher and Yun Shuiyan, Imperial Prince Tian Shu. After being beaten half to death by Ji Tianqing, he had escaped back to the Heaven Punisher planet under the protection of the Neptune halberd. He had been in seclusion for decades, and his injuries had finally healed. Not only that, he had also benefited greatly from his seclusion in the hourglass of time deep within the Emperor God Palace. The flow of time in the hourglass of time was 10 times faster than in the outside world. Only 30 years had passed in the outside world, but he had been in seclusion for 300 years. Not only had he healed, but he had also mastered a divine art, greatly increasing his strength. Yun Shuiyan nodded slightly and sighed in a low voice. "Your father has fallen, and the marshals have been killed one after another. We are the only ones left in the Heaven Punisher clan. How can I not come out of seclusion?" Tian Shu's face was filled with hatred. He gritted his teeth and said firmly, "Mother, don't worry. Not only have I recovered from my injuries, but I have also mastered the coiling dragon for C's divine art you taught me. Now, your child's strength has increased tenfold. When Ji Tianqing invades, I'll definitely be able to avenge my humiliation and kill him." Yun Shuiyan was slightly relieved, but she still shook her head and said calmly, "Tian Shu, it's not that I don't believe you. You are indeed the number one genius in the universe, and I am proud of you. Nevertheless, judging from Ji Tianqing's various performances, his strength had already reached an extremely terrifying level. Even if your strength increases by 4 times, you are still no match for him. Otherwise, your father and the marshals wouldn't have failed and been wiped out when they set up an ambush on the Fanggang planet. Tian Shu also understood that the difference between him and Ji Tianqing wasn't something that could be made up for by a 4-fold increase in strength. Yun Shuyan's judgment rendered him speechless, and he couldn't refute it. However, he was filled with unwillingness, and endless jealousy and hatred grew in his heart. Mother! Where did Ji Tianqing come from? I am already the number one genius in the universe. How can he be stronger than me? A freak like him shouldn't exist in the mortal world. If it wasn't for him, I would still be the number one genius, and our clan's plan to dominate the world wouldn't be hindered. Yun Shuiyan could obviously tell that Tian Shu was crazily jealous of Ji Tianqing. She said calmly, Tian Shu, you might be right. Mother, what do you mean? Tian Shu was stunned for a moment and showed a puzzled expression. Yun Shuiyan explained, Mother looked up all the information regarding Ji Tianqing, and combined it with his performance over the past 100 years, she finally came to a conclusion. A monstrous figure like him should not appear in the mortal world. He might not be from the mortal world. Maybe he's like Mother, a reincarnated powerhouse from the upper realm. Ah! Tian Shu's expression changed as he frowned. A moment later, he came back to his senses and hurriedly asked, Imperial Mother, didn't you say that the cycle of reincarnation is the most heartless? Could it be that only 1 in a million experts could reincarnate with the memories of their past lives? Looking at the past 30,000 years, you're the only one in the Heaven Punishing, Brahma Gang, and Black Dragon Star Zones. Yun Shuiyan said calmly, Ji Tianqing comes from the Purple Heaven Star Zone, which is the 4th star zone. All this time, the Purple Heaven Star Zone has been remote, and our clan doesn't know much about it. Moreover, Ji Tianqing's performance and his shocking growth rate are all miraculous and heaven-defying. There's no other explanation other than that he's the reincarnation of a god from the upper realm. Tian Shu took a deep breath and was silent for a long time. His eyes flickered with a bright light, and it took him a while to accept this result. I see. He's the reincarnation of a god from the upper realm, which is why he has such heaven-defying talent and skills. In that case, I'm not weaker than him. I'm still the number one genius in the universe. Tian Shu felt much better and regained his confidence as the number one genius. Yun Shuiyan said calmly, it doesn't matter if you're the number one genius or not. Not long ago, Mother received news that Ji Tianqing has already killed his way into the Heaven Punishing Star Zone. Soon, he'll come to the Heaven Punishing Star and fight with us. Tian Shu clenched his fists and said solemnly, Mother, don't worry. I've been keeping an eye on Ji Tianqing's movements. I've long been on guard. Since Father's death, I've taken over everything in the Emperor God Palace. I've already made preparations. I've called back the fleets of the major star zones to guard the Heaven Punishing Star. Moreover, I've sent many generals to add formations to the Divine Light Barrier to increase its power. Now, not only are there more than 200,000 battleships and 30 million soldiers guarding the Heaven Punishing Star, there are also tens of thousands of divine formations waiting for Ji Tianqing to die. Hearing Tianshu's words, Yun Shuiyan smiled with relief and nodded slightly. Tian Shu, you've finally grown up. You can take charge of the situation on your own. However, those weak fleets and soldiers can't stop Ji Tianqing's attack at all. Only a force as powerful as a god can kill him and guard the Heaven Punishing Star. Sky Pivot frowned, and the hope and confidence in his heart dissipated. He looked at Yun Shuiyan with a worried expression and asked, Mother, you've been in seclusion for more than 200 years. Have you mastered a peerless divine technique? Yun Shuiyan nodded and said unhurriedly, 200 years ago, Mother reached the peak of the true God realm. However, I have to help your father complete his great cause. I have to protect you as you grow. I also have to prepare for the God King realm in the future. Therefore, I haven't ascended yet. I've stayed on the heaven-punishing star to cultivate the coiling dragon for C's divine technique. This divine technique originated from the ancient times. It was created by a certain God King in the dragon realm. Cultivating this divine technique can continuously increase one's talent and comprehension, allowing one's strength to increase rapidly. Tianshu also knew that a cultivator's talent and comprehension were innately determined. It was easy to predict how great a cultivator's future achievements would be. If one's talent and aptitude weren't abnormal enough, they were destined to never become a God King. No matter how hard they cultivated, it was impossible for them to become a God King. There were only a few methods that could increase a cultivator's aptitude and comprehension. However, even if it was forcefully increased, the effects were limited. However, the coiling dragon 4C's divine technique was different. It could simulate the 4 C's of consciousness and increase one's cultivation by 4 times. At most, it could increase a god's aptitude and comprehension by 4 times and increase one's strength by 36 times. Therefore, Yun Shuyan's true strength was far greater than that of her father, the heaven-punishing emperor. Yun Shuyan continued, after cultivating for more than 200 years, I've finally gained something. My strength is now 30 times that of a peak true god. Unfortunately, that bastard Ji Tianqing came. Otherwise, I'd have to cultivate for another 200 years to increase my strength by 36 times and reach my limit. When that happens, I'll be able to change my fate and increase my talent and comprehension to the God King realm. When I ascend to the higher realms, I'll have full confidence in breaking through to the God King realm. Heavens! Mother's strength has increased by 30 times and she's close to her limit. Tianshu was shocked. He was pleasantly surprised. Chapter 27:20. Tianshu had also cultivated the 4 C's coiling dragon divine technique, so he knew how powerful it was. However, he did not expect this technique to be so powerful. It allowed his mother's strength to reach 30 times that of a peak true god. Tianshu had always thought that after becoming a peak true god, one's strength would increase by 5 times at most. That was the limit. Just like his father, the great emperor of Heaven Punisher. However, he did not expect the 4 C's coiling dragon divine technique to increase one's strength to 36 times. This was simply an unparalleled and unheard of martial art that shook the ancients and dazzled the contemporaries. As expected of the peerless technique created by the Dragon Realm's King of Gods. It's really powerful. Tianshu praised sincerely. He could not help but ask, Mother, since you've reached 30 times the strength of a peak true god, killing Ji Tianqing should be a piece of cake, right? Yun Shuyan's clear and calm gaze pierced through the 5-colored mist and saw the hope and anticipation in Tianshu's eyes. She wanted to give a straightforward answer, but she could not bear to extinguish Tianshu's hope. After a moment of silence, she answered, Mother, I'm confident that I can fight him, but he has many followers who are also powerful. We can't rely on luck. We have to give it our all and use our last trump card. We can't afford to lose. Tianshu understood that the planet of Heaven Punisher was their last fortress. If they lost, they would not be able to protect the planet of Heaven Punisher, and they would be homeless. Mother Empress, your so-called final trump card, what do you mean? Yun Shuyan pointed at the sky and said playfully, the backer of the clan of Heaven Punisher. They spent thousands of years and effort to nurture the clan of Heaven Punisher to this level. They were halfway to dominating the 3,000 worlds, but someone jumped out to destroy them and destroy the entire clan of Heaven Punisher. No matter what, they won't sit back and do nothing, right? Tianshu thought to himself. He asked doubtfully, but Mother, the heavenly axioms rules restrict them. They can't interfere with the matters of the mortal world. Apart from spreading divine light and baptizing, they can't do anything else. Yun Shuiyan shook her head gently. The methods of the upper realm's deities are not something you and I can imagine. Whether they can help or not, we must try our best. Don't waste any more time. Quickly send an order to the head ritual master. Tell him to immediately prepare for the sacrificial ceremony. Prepare 300,000 people as sacrifices. 300,000 people. Tian Shu was shocked and asked in disbelief, Mother, this is 10 times the number of supreme-grade treasures. It's enough to hold 10 heavenly worship ceremonies. If this order is passed down, it will cause criticism from the people and affect the morale of the army. Yun Shuiyan said expressionlessly, there are already enough heaven punishers. Most of our people are living like pigs. Apart from contributing to the great cause of our race, what else can they do? Moreover, this battle concerned the survival of the heaven-punishing race. They could not rely on luck. As long as I can save the heaven-punisher race, I won't hesitate even if I have to sacrifice 3 million or 30 million people, let alone 300,000. Tian Shu was silent for a moment before he gritted his teeth and said, I understand. I will follow Mother's orders. With that said, he bowed to Yun Shuiyan and left the chamber. Yun Shuiyan was the only one left in the chamber, and it immediately quieted down. She looked at the door with a deep gaze. Her gaze seemed to be able to penetrate thousands of barriers and see the depths of the void. Ji Tianqing, O Ji Tianqing, if you're really the reincarnation of a god from the upper realm, then this is the battle of destiny between you and me. I'd like to see who will be reborn and who will be the chosen one. Yun Shuiyan muttered to herself. Her eyes were filled with confidence and murderous intent. 4 months passed in the blink of an eye. The vast and boundless starry sky was as cold and silent as ever. Planet Heaven Punisher was still surrounded by the 5-colored divine light. Outside the purple light barrier on the surface of the planet, there were densely packed battleships in the void. There were at least 100,000 battleships and tens of millions of Heaven Punishers guarding the southern hemisphere. After all, Ji Tianqing was rushing over from the Brahma astral star zone and was heading in this direction. All the battleships were on high alert and were on high alert. The main cannons at the front of the battleships were opened, revealing their black muzzles. They could shoot out destructive light beams at any time. As a precaution, the northern hemisphere of Planet Heaven Punisher was guarded by 50,000 battleships. In addition, there were 100,000 battleships on standby in the inner part of the Divine Light Barrier and high in the sky above Planet Heaven Punisher. This was all the battleships that the Heaven Punishers could gather in the past 2 years. There were also hundreds of thousands of battleships and hundreds of millions of Heaven Punishers scattered in the distant star zones. They would not be able to return for 3 to 5 years. However, all the soldiers believed in them. They had the advantage in numbers and were so powerful. Even if a few star zones joined forces and sent tens of millions of troops to attack Planet Heaven Punisher, they would still be defeated on the spot. Right at this moment, a star shining with golden light was flying over from the depths of the void. Swoosh! The star that was wrapped in golden light dragged a long golden flame behind it as it headed straight for Planet Heaven Punisher. The two sides were still a few 100 million miles apart, but the tens of millions of soldiers guarding Planet Heaven Punisher realized that the situation was not good. Although the shining golden star was not big, it was about 100 million miles in diameter. It had a diameter of about 100 million miles, which was only 1/7 of the heaven-destroying star. However, it was a real star after all. It tore through the void like a shooting star and flew toward Planet Heaven Punisher without slowing down. In another day at most, the golden meteor would collide head-on with the Heaven Punisher star. How could the tens of millions of soldiers not be frightened and worried? The captains quickly reported the situation to the generals, and the generals also reported the situation to the temporary commanders of the battleships. The temporary commanders of the 5 battleships immediately acted as if they were facing a great enemy. They quickly sent the news back to Planet Heaven Punisher and reported it to the Arch-God Palace. The 5 commanders were all members of the royal family of the Heaven Punisher. They were the brothers of the Heaven Punisher Emperor and the cousins of Tian Shu. They all had the titles of Prince and Lord. Of course, their strength was only average. They were between the 3rd and 5th level of the true immortal realm. If the Heaven Punisher had not been in danger and had no one to use, Tian Shu would not have let them be commanders. Soon, the order from the Arch-God Palace was delivered to the 5 commanders. Calm down. Be careful that this is a trick of the enemy. Order all the soldiers to prepare for battle. The Arch-God and I will arrive soon. Be on standby. This order was given by Tian Shu. It was obvious that he had discussed countermeasures with Yun Shuiyan after receiving the news from the 5 commanders. However, the mother and son were in the Arch-God Palace and did not see the golden shooting star. They did not know what was going on, so they could only go to the void to check it out. The 5 commanders held Tian Shu's order and quickly calmed down. They quickly passed down the order to the generals. Soon, the 100,000 battleships and tens of millions of soldiers received the news. After knowing that the Arch-God and the Arch-God were about to arrive, the morale of the soldiers quickly stabilized. Chapter 27-21. Although the tens of millions of soldiers were calm and on standby, they were still waiting for orders. Everyone stared at the dazzling golden meteor in the sky, their hearts filled with worry and anxiety. Seeing the meteor approaching with no sign of slowing down, the tens of millions of soldiers were on tenterhooks. The atmosphere in the 100,000 warships was heavy and oppressive. Everyone was filled with doubts and guesses. Why would a meteor appear at such a critical moment? Why was that meteor so big? Why was it thousands of times bigger than a common meteor? Why was that meteor heading straight for Planet Heaven Punisher? Could it be an enemy of the Heaven Punishing race that had used a divine power? Or was it just an accident? Was the heavens playing a joke on the Heaven Punisher? No one knew the answer. Everyone's hearts were in a state of turmoil and unease. Everyone was waiting for the Crown Prince and Empress to arrive as soon as possible so that they could make a decision. 4 hours passed in this torturous wait. A black dragon battleship, which was 3,000 feet long, flew out of the divine light barrier with 2 purple wings of light that blotted out the sky and arrived in the void. Swoosh! This majestic black dragon warship was Tian Shu's flagship. It flew into the void of space and stopped above the numerous fleets. When the nearby warships saw the Black Dragon warship, they immediately cheered. Many of the soldiers relaxed, revealing expressions of relief. There was no doubt that the Crown Prince and Empress had finally arrived. Ka ka ka, the Black Dragon warship's hatch opened. Tian Shu, who was 10 feet tall, strode out with his head held high. Following closely behind him was the 8-foot-tall, graceful Yun Shuiyan. The mother and son walked to the bow of the warship and stood there, frowning as they looked into the depths of the sky. When they saw the dazzling meteor, their faces turned gloomy. Their eyes were filled with vigilance and doubt. Tian Shu said in a low voice, "Meteors are common, but this is the first time I've seen such a huge meteor. Also, that meteor didn't appear earlier or later. It just had to appear now. Mother, I feel that there's something wrong with that meteor." Yun Shuiyan nodded slightly, agreeing with what he said. Almost all meteors are fragments of stars. When they travel through the void at high speed, they will ignite with the divine flames of the heavens and become smaller and smaller. That meteor doesn't look like a star fragment. It looks more like a complete star. Also, that meteor is accelerating. Its target is Planet Heaven Punisher. Its intentions are obvious. Mother, are you saying that the meteor is coming for us? Tian Shu raised his eyebrows and asked coldly, could that be Ji Tianqing's doing? Before Yun Shuiyan could answer, he shook his head and said in disbelief, no, that's impossible. No matter how powerful Ji Tianqing is, he can't break through the heavenly Tao's laws. How can he control of Heaven Punisher? Even a true heavenly god can't control of heaven god of Heaven Punisher. Yun Shuiyan nodded again and said with a heavy tone, back when Mother broke through to the Divine Lord realm, she was able to use her divine powers and use the stars as weapons. Ordinary heavenly gods don't have that ability. Therefore, Ji Tianqing can't control of Heaven Punisher to attack us. Tian Shu calmed down and asked again, if that's the case, that meteor was an accident? Just a coincidence? That's not entirely true. Yun Shuiyan shook her head and said solemnly, although Ji Tianqing doesn't have that ability, his origins are mysterious and unfathomable. He has all kinds of divine abilities. That meteor's arrival is so coincidental. It's most likely related to him. Damn it! Tian Shu cursed and clenched his fists. His heart was filled with shock and jealousy. What kind of monster is that bastard? Why does he have so many despicable methods? Yun Shuiyan understood her son's feelings, but she couldn't enlighten him. She said calmly, with that meteor's speed, it will hit planet Heaven Punisher in 20 hours at most. With the size of that meteor, once it hit the Heaven Punishing Star, it would definitely bring disaster to the Heaven Punishing Star. When that happens, planet Heaven Punisher's divine light barrier will be destroyed. The 3 seas will be overturned, and more than half of the 5 continents will be submerged. Planet Heaven Punisher will collapse like the end of the world. At least 10 billion people will die. Tian Shu was alarmed and anxious. He hurriedly asked, Mother, what should we do? Yun Shuiyan shook her head calmly and said, if Mother recovers her divine lord strength, she can control planet Heaven Punisher to move 100 million miles to avoid the meteor's attack. Or, she can use a great divine ability to intercept the meteor or even shatter it. Unfortunately, with Mother's current strength, she can neither teleport planet Heaven Punisher nor intercept the meteor. Tian Shu became more and more anxious. He glanced at the countless warships in the void and had an idea. Mother, before the meteor approaches, I'll give the order. Let 100,000 warships use all their firepower to bombard the meteor at all costs. We will definitely be able to destroy it. Even if we can't destroy the meteor, we can weaken its power and minimize the losses. Yun Shuiyan thought for a moment and nodded slightly. It seems that this is the only way now. However, the meteor is still very far away. The warship's attack range is only tens of thousands of miles. You must immediately give the order for all the warships to meet it. Once they are within range, they will attack with all their might. Ah! Tian Shu was stunned. His expression turned ugly. Only then did he remember that the warship's attack range was only tens of thousands of miles. It would only be effective when they were very close to the meteor. If all the warships meet it, they will only be able to fire a few shots before being hit by the meteor. They won't even have time to escape. If we do that, won't we be sending tens of millions of soldiers to their deaths? Tian Shu looked at Yun Shuiyan with burning eyes. He instinctively objected to this decision. However, Yun Shuiyan looked into the void and said indifferently, the 30 million soldiers that were summoned back to planet Heaven Punisher are destined to be sacrificed for planet Heaven Punisher. Should we sacrifice tens of millions of soldiers to intercept the meteor or watch the meteor hit planet Heaven Punisher and cause the deaths of 10 billion people? It depends on your choice. Tian Shu's body stiffened. He revealed a pained and hesitant expression. His heart was filled with struggle. He was silent for a long time before he took a deep breath. He gritted his teeth and made up his mind. Forget it. Isn't the purpose of our soldiers' existence to protect our homeland and our people? Now that they are sacrificing themselves to protect planet Heaven Punisher, it is a worthy death. I will remember this hatred forever. Tian Shu's expression was resolute as he growled in a firm tone. As soon as he finished speaking, he took out 5 communication jade slips and issued orders to the 5 temporary commanders. Order all the warships and all the soldiers to take action immediately to intercept the meteor. Chapter 27-22. No one in the Heaven Punisher race knew what had happened to the golden meteor. Even Yun Shuiyan, who was the strongest and had the highest status, did not believe that it was Ji Tianqing's doing. However, she was certain that the golden meteor's attack was not an accident. It must have something to do with Ji Tianqing. Reality proved that she had guessed correctly. The shining golden meteor was indeed a complete star. Moreover, Ji Tianqing had spent a few months to find it in the Heaven Punisher star zone. Back then, he had discovered that the Heaven Punisher fleets from various worlds had retreated with large amounts of resources, so he had decided to head straight for planet Heaven Punisher. However, he was alone and weak. He only had a few helpers and 4 divine beasts. Even if Ji Wuhan and Ji Wushuang were included, they only had 10 true god experts. How could 10 true god experts exterminate 30 billion Heaven Punishers and destroy the entire planet Heaven Punisher? That was an impossible mission. Fortunately, Ji Tianqing had expected this day to come. Back then, when he had traversed through the void and traversed through various major star zones, he had encountered countless void storms, folded spaces, and black holes. He had also discovered countless planets with abundant resources. Moreover, he had refined dozens of planets and increased the power of the 5 elements world by nearly 10 times. At that time, he had already thought of a plan. In the Heaven Punisher star zone, he had found a planet with a diameter of 100 million miles. This planet contained abundant metal resources and was extremely hard and sturdy. Ji Tianqing did not refine this planet. Instead, he used the power of the 5 elements world to drag the planet away. He controlled the 5 elements world to drag the metal planet and stopped 600 million miles away from planet Heaven Punisher. The 5 elements world stopped in the void. Then, he used the power of the 5 elements world to push the metal planet toward planet Heaven Punisher. The golden power of the 5 elements world enveloped the planet, causing it to shine with golden light like a golden meteor. Under Ji Tianqing's push, the golden meteor continued to accelerate and crashed toward planet Heaven Punisher with unstoppable momentum. This was the first step of Ji Tianqing's plan. He called it the Meteor Plan. Once the plan succeeded, the meteor would collide with the Heaven Punishing star, and the consequences would be catastrophic. Not only would the divine light barrier of planet Heaven Trader crumble, but the entire planet would also welcome its doomsday, and all life would be plunged into misery and suffering. That way, Ji Tianqing would be able to kill 10 billion Heaven Punishers without using a single soldier and plunge the entire planet Heaven Punisher into chaos. This plan was very bold and sinister. Yin Yao, Ji Ku, Bai Long, and the others exclaimed in shock after they learned about Ji Tianqing's idea. Everyone believed that the Heaven Punishers would not be able to guard against them and would not be able to do anything. The meteor plan would definitely succeed. After all, in the entire Trichiliocosm, Ji Tianqing was the only one who could control the power of the world and control the stars. He was the only one who could carry out the meteor plan and accomplish such a magnificent feat. At this moment, the golden meteor was speeding through the void and was still accelerating. No one knew that there was a handsome young man in a white robe standing on the golden meteor. He was none other than Ji Tianqing. He stood in the turbulent golden light and stared at planet Heaven Punisher, which was 300 million miles away, with a cold smile on his face. The meteor plan is only the first step of my plan. After this, I will carry out the second step of the plan. Then, I will give you an even bigger surprise. Ji Tianqing's heart was filled with anticipation as he thought of this. He raised his palms and released a vast amount of the power of the world, which he infused into the golden light. It's not fast enough. I have to go faster. Only when it's fast enough, the impact will be more powerful, and the destructive power will be even more terrifying. As time passed, the golden meteor continued to accelerate. At the same time, the distance between the meteor and planet Heaven Punisher continued to shorten. 300 million miles, 200 million miles, 100 million miles, 150 million miles. However, the power of the world in Ji Tianqing's body was getting weaker and weaker. When the meteor was 100 million miles away from planet Heaven Punisher, his power of the world was finally exhausted. With his current strength, he could only store so much power of the world. He had already tried his best. The five elements world stopped in the void a few hundred million miles away. It was too far away from him. He could not draw on the power of the five elements world to continue accelerating the meteor. However, he was already satisfied with this speed. Although the meteor is still 100 million miles away from planet Heaven Punisher, I can't accelerate it anymore. However, the meteor will continue to crash into planet Heaven Punisher under the terrifying inertia. Even if its speed will decrease, it will not be a big deal. Planet Heaven Punisher will not be able to escape this disaster. Ji Tianqing looked at planet Heaven Punisher with bright eyes and a cold smile appeared on his face. However, the next moment, the smile on his face disappeared. He suddenly saw a purple light that covered the sky in the dark void in front of him. What is that? The army of the Heaven Punisher. He immediately frowned and observed the purple light with a sharp gaze. It should be the army of the Heaven Punisher. After all, the Heaven Punisher has already withdrawn their defenses and is guarding planet Heaven Punisher. This meteor is so huge and so dazzling in the void. The Heaven Punisher must have discovered it long ago. Ji Tianqing observed for a while and saw that the purple light that covered the sky was an endless number of battleships. However, he was not worried at all. This result was also within his expectations. Idiots of the Heaven Punisher. Even if they send out millions of troops, what's the use? How can those battleships stop this huge meteor? They are simply sending themselves to their deaths. Ji Tianqing muttered to himself as a look of contempt flashed across his eyes. Very quickly, 4 hours passed. The distance between the meteor and planet Heaven Punisher was shortened to 50 million miles. At this moment, the 100,000 battleships finally arrived and were about to collide with the meteor. Ji Tianqing stood at the top of the meteor and clearly saw that the 100,000 battleships were divided into 5 large fleets that were arranged in a triangular formation. Each fleet had 20,000 battleships. When they gathered together, they covered 1 million miles of the void and were extremely powerful. However, no matter how big the fleets were, they were not worth mentioning when compared to the meteor that was 100 million miles in diameter. The difference between the two was like a millstone and a cockroach. No matter how powerful a cockroach was and how determined it was to die, it would not be able to move a millstone. Soon, the first fleet met the meteor. This was the Southern Expedition Fleet, led by Lord Jiu, Jianshu's cousin. When the fleet was 100,000 miles away from the meteor, Lord Jiu shouted at the top of his lungs and gave the order to attack. All soldiers, listen to my command. Attack the meteor with all your might, no matter the cost. For the glory of our race and for the 30 billion people of our race, we will die with no regrets. His solemn and resolute roar was transmitted to the 20,000 battleships through a special array. In an instant, the 2 million soldiers of the Heaven Punisher were united. They were ready to die and released their most powerful divine cannons. Chapter 27-23. Boom. 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 Tens of thousands of dazzling purple light beams tore through the dark sky like lightning and shot toward the golden meteor. The light beams that were as dense as raindrops created light shadows that were tens of thousands of miles long in the sky. It was extremely dazzling. Not only that, but the 20,000 captains in golden armor also flew out of the battleships. They held divine weapons in their hands and unleashed the strongest divine power in their lives. They used all kinds of trump cards and forbidden divine powers to attack the golden meteor. After all, it was like throwing an egg against a rock. They would definitely die. Then, they would die even more brilliantly. Before they died, they unleashed all the forbidden divine powers that they had never used before and all kinds of consummate skills that would consume their lifespan and cultivation power. 2 breaths later. The divine spell light shadows, sword radiance, and tens of thousands of purple light beams all hit the golden meteor. Boom! 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 Earth-shattering sounds exploded in the sky and shook a million miles. The terrifying sound waves formed visible ripples that caused countless heaven-punishing soldiers to bleed from their orifices. Even the captains in the martial god realm were dizzy from the shock. In the blink of an eye, the divine spell light shadows and tens of thousands of purple light beams all collapsed. The sacred golden light that enveloped the meteor also splashed out golden fragments that covered the sky and earth. Billions of purple and golden fragments mixed together and created a hurricane that swept across a million miles of the sky. Such a destructive shockwave caused countless battleships to sway from side to side. However, before the soldiers could take control of the battleships and get into formation. Before they could attack again and release the powerful divine cannons. The golden meteor had already arrived and quickly crushed the entire fleet. Boom! Boom! In just 10 breaths, the 20,000 battleships were crushed one after another and all of them collapsed. The battleships exploded and turned into tens of thousands of pieces that scattered in the sky. The soldiers hiding in the battleships were also smashed into pieces of flesh and blood. They were mixed with the pieces of the battleships and scattered in the sky. The 20,000 battleships and 2 million soldiers turned into pieces that covered a million miles of the sky. However, in the blink of an eye, the debris that blotted out the sky was burned to ashes by the sacred golden light, turning into fine powder and dust that drifted in the void. The entire Southern Expedition fleet was annihilated. From the martial sage realm warriors to the 9th Wuxia, who was a level 4 true god realm warrior, they had all perished in the void. They had suffered such heavy losses in such a short period of time. This was something that had never happened in the history of the heaven-punishing clan. It could be said to be the greatest tragedy in history. Moreover, the sacrifice of 2 million heaven-conquering soldiers did not achieve much in return. The divine golden light that enveloped the meteor was still surging and dazzling. The speed of the golden meteor didn't change much. It didn't slow down at all. In the void millions of miles away. Sky Pivot's Black Dragon warship was following behind the 2 fleets, flying towards the meteor. Tian Shu and Yun Shuiyan stood at the bow of the ship, staring at the rapidly approaching golden meteor with grave expressions. The mother and son witnessed the tragic scene of the destruction of the Southern Expedition fleet with their own eyes. Their hearts were filled with shock, and their eyes were filled with deep disappointment. They had not expected the power of the golden meteor to be so terrifying. 2 million soldiers of the heaven-punishing clan had been so easily crushed and turned into ashes in an instant. However, the sacrifice of the soldiers was in vain, and the speed of the golden meteor did not slow down. This made the mother and son's hearts clench, and deep worry appeared on their faces. 100 breaths later. 2 majestic fleets met the meteor head-on. They were the Eastern Expedition Fleet and the Western Expedition Fleet. 40,000 warships and 4 million soldiers of the heaven-punishing clan were divided into 2 square formations, one on the left and the other on the right. They charged towards the golden meteor fearlessly. When the 2 sides were 100,000 miles apart, the 2 temporary commanders roared hoarsely and gave the order to all the soldiers to attack. Immediately, the 40,000 warships used up all their divine stones and released the most dazzling and powerful divine cannons. Nearly 100,000 dark purple light beams rained down on the meteor like a rain of arrows that blotted out the sky. The 40,000 captains in golden armor did not hesitate to burn their divine bodies and their lifelong skills as they charged fearlessly towards the golden meteor. In the next instant, the 100,000 light beams hit the golden meteor one after another. The 40,000 captains were also like moths to a flame. They released their last brilliance and exploded with their strongest power to hit the golden meteor. Boom, 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 boom. A series of earth-shattering noises burst out and converged into a terrifying sound wave that shook the void 3 million miles away. Millions of soldiers were bleeding from their 7 orifices and seeing stars. Their consciousness was blurry and confused. However, this did not stop the 40,000 warships from increasing their speed to the maximum and crashing into the golden meteor. Boom! Another earth-shattering noise was heard. Batch after batch of warships, like black ants, collided head-on with the golden meteors. Then, they were smashed into billions of pieces by the golden meteor. The scene of the Southern Expedition fleet being destroyed was replayed in the void again. However, the scene this time was even more dazzling and magnificent. A total of 40,000 warships and 4 million soldiers of the heaven-punishing clan were instantly smashed into pieces and killed. The space within a radius of 3 million miles was now covered in metal shreds and broken pieces of flesh. Then, the golden meteor smashed through. The surging divine golden light was like a world-destroying divine flame, burning all the debris into powder. The void within a 3 million mile radius was also cleansed and became clean. The Eastern and Western expeditionary fleets were destroyed just like that. On the Black Dragon warship, Tian Shu and Yun Shuiyan witnessed this tragic scene with their own eyes. Their expressions were extremely gloomy and their hearts were bleeding. Fortunately, the sacrifice of the 4 million soldiers of the heaven-punishing clan finally paid off and showed their worth. A huge gap was blasted open in the sacred golden light that enveloped the meteor. The gap was 1 million miles wide and the golden light inside was thin. Through the gap, one could clearly see the uneven surface of the star that was covered with metal and rocks. Moreover, the speed of the golden meteor had obviously slowed down. The facts proved that Tian Shu and Yun Shuiyan's decision was right. The mother and son both looked relieved and secretly heaved a sigh of relief. The remaining Northern Expedition fleet and the Guardian fleet were also overjoyed and their morale was greatly boosted when they saw the meteor slowing down. After all, they were going to die without a doubt. If their deaths were worthwhile and meaningful, then they would be satisfied. Therefore, the two fleets desperately accelerated and bravely rushed toward the golden meteor like moths to a flame. At the peak of the meteor, Ji Tianqing could not help but frown when he saw this scene. Damn it, the sacrifice of millions of soldiers of the heaven-punishing clan slowed down the meteor after all. My power of the realm has been exhausted, so I can't accelerate the meteor or manipulate it to change its direction. It can only rely on inertia to hit the heaven-punishing clan. After its speed is reduced, its destructive power is also greatly reduced. Chapter 27-24. Ji Tianqing was a bit worried, but he couldn't change the outcome. The meteor plan would definitely succeed. However, the sacrifice of tens of millions of soldiers would definitely slow down the meteor. Even if it hit the planet of the damned, its destructive power would be reduced. Fortunately, this was only the first step of the plan. Ji Tianqing would be satisfied if he could kill tens of millions of soldiers of the damned and then hit the planet of the damned. Then, he would carry out the second step of the plan. At this moment, the North Conquering Fleet and the National Protecting Fleet were about 100,000 miles away from the meteor. The two temporary commanders-in-chief gave the order with great momentum. The 4 million soldiers were full of fighting spirit. They activated the battleships with all their might and released the destructive cannons. Boom, boom, boom. Almost 100,000 dazzling purple pillars of light shot toward the golden meteor like a rain of arrows. The 40,000 captains of the battleships who were at the martial god realm also burned their blood and energy to release their most powerful attacks. Many of the captains even flew toward the meteors and self-destructed. Boom! Boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. The next moment, the purple pillars of light that blotted out the sky, as well as tens of thousands of figures shining with purple light, all struck the golden meteor. An earth-shattering sound exploded in the sky and spread a few 100,000 miles. Ripples that could be seen with the naked eye appeared in the dark and icy void. Then, the golden meteor rolled over and crushed the 40,000 battleships unstoppably. Muffled rumbling sounds could be heard incessantly. Pile after pile of battleships were blasted into smithereens, and countless heaven-conquering soldiers were crushed into pieces. In just 10 seconds, the 40,000 battleships were destroyed and the 4 million soldiers of the damned died on the spot. The raging golden light swept across, burning all the debris within a radius of millions of miles into powder and dust. The North Conquering Fleet and the National Protecting Fleet were also destroyed. The 5 most famous fleets of the damned were destroyed. On the Black Dragon battleship, Tian Shu and Yun Shuiyan witnessed the sacrifice of tens of millions of soldiers with their own eyes. However, the sacrifice of the North Conquering Fleet and the National Protecting Fleet was worth it after all. The sacred golden light enveloping the meteor was about to be used up and became very thin. After this bombardment, the golden light within a radius of millions of kilometers disappeared. Even the surface of the planet that was full of metals and rocks had been blown into hundreds of thousands of craters, with endless broken stones splashing out. Looking from the void, a huge crater with a radius of millions of miles had appeared on the surface of the planet. Just like an apple that had been bitten. The previously dazzling golden meteor had now dimmed. Not only that. The speed of the meteor slowed down again. Compared to the beginning, the speed of the meteor had decreased by half. Seeing this result, Ji Tianqing frowned even more. As for Yun Shuiyan and Tian Shu, despite their heavy hearts, they felt a little more hopeful. 10 million soldiers of the 5 fleets sacrificed themselves to protect Planet Heaven Destroyer. They are the heroes of our race. The younger generation will remember them forever. Tian Shu stood at the bow of the ship and looked at the incoming meteor as he shouted in a deep voice. Yun Shuiyan nodded slightly and said, if not for their sacrifice, the Heaven Destroyer planet would have faced its end and descended into chaos. At least 10 billion people would die in the chaos and calamity. Now, the meteor's speed has decreased by half. Even if it hits Planet Heaven Destroyer, the consequences will be greatly reduced, and the number of casualties will be greatly reduced. Tian Shu nodded and said, Mother, the meteor is only a few million miles away. We should retreat. Although he had piloted the Black Dragon warship and followed the 5 fleets to face the incoming meteor together, he was trying to raise morale. He was trying to boost morale. 10 million soldiers could be sacrificed, but he was the young emperor of the Heaven Destroyer clan. How could he be a moth to a flame? His mission had been completed. Of course, he had to retreat. However, Yun Shuiyan shook her head and said solemnly, Tian Shu, your Black Dragon warship is at the heavenly god level. It is far more useful than 100,000 soldiers. Before we retreat, take control of the Black Dragon warship and release your strongest attack at all costs. Make another contribution to Planet Heaven Destroyer. With that, Yun Shuiyan left the Black Dragon warship and flew toward the meteor. Tian Shu was shocked. He quickly grabbed her wrist and asked anxiously, Mother, where are you going? Yun Shuiyan looked back at him and said with a smile, Mother, as the strongest person in the Heaven Destroyer clan, of course I have to make a contribution. No. Tian Shu's eyes turned red. He shook his head and said, Mother. You can't do that. You are the supreme of 10,000 mounts. You have to kill Ji Tianqing with me to avenge father. Clearly, Tian Shu had misunderstood. He thought that Yun Shuiyan was going to sacrifice herself to block the meteor. Yun Shuiyan shook her head and said with a smile, Tian Shu, what are you thinking? How could Imperial Mother do such a stupid thing? Don't worry, I will only do my best. I won't let myself get hurt. Tian Shu heaved a sigh of relief and said solemnly, Mother, you can't block the meteor head-on. You won't be able to retreat in time. Yun Shuiyan nodded and said, Of course I know that. I will attack from the side and try my best to divert the meteor from its original trajectory and change its direction. After saying that, she flew into the void without looking back and flew towards the meteor. Tian Shu didn't waste any more time and returned to the Black Dragon battleship. He personally steered the battleship 1,000,000 miles to the left and launched an attack from the side. When the meteor was still 400,000 miles away, he had already activated the Black Dragon battleship with all his might and released his strongest attack. Boom! Boom! With two earth-shattering explosions, the Black Dragon battleship's main cannon spewed out endless dark purple light. The two extremely dense purple lights formed two purple dragons that were 1,000 miles long. They charged at the meteor with unparalleled force. Kaboom! 2 seconds later, two dark purple dragon shadows over 1,000 miles long struck the meteor. With a deafening explosion, two huge craters appeared on the surface of the meteor. Countless pieces of rubble flew out. The meteor shook a few times and seemed to slow down a little. Moreover, the meteor's trajectory had deviated by about 10,000 miles. Tian Shu was already very satisfied with this result. Without hesitation, he steered the Black Dragon battleship and teleported 100,000 miles away. At the same time, the gigantic meteor brushed past the Black Dragon battleship. The incomparably violent impact swept the Black Dragon battleship away, causing it to tumble continuously in the void. However, Tian Shu wasn't injured. His gaze was fixed on the void hundreds of thousands of miles away. There, Yun Shuiyan had transformed into a 1,000-mile-tall ice giant. She used all of her power without holding back and unleashed her most powerful skill. She unleashed two gigantic palms that covered the sky and smashed onto the shooting star. Star-seizing palm. It was a skill she was proud of when she was a Divine Lord powerhouse in the Divine Realm. With her strength as a Divine Lord, she could literally pluck the stars from the sky with her hands. Please give me your recommendation tickets and monthly tickets. End of chapter. Chapter 27-25. Kaboom! Following two resounding booms that shook the 9 heavens, the two gargantuan palms that encompassed a radius of over 5,000 kilometers also collapsed. Endless shards of divine light burst forth along with a loud bang, covering millions of miles of space. Yun Shuiyan's strongest attack failed to shatter the meteor or stop it from flying. After all, she hadn't reached the heavenly god realm yet. Even a heavenly god realm expert wouldn't be able to stop the meteor. However, Yun Shuiyan's most powerful attack was finally effective. On the surface of the meteor, two 5 million miles wide holes were created, with metal and rock fragments splashing out. The size of the meteor shrank, and its trajectory shifted by nearly 10,000 miles. This was Yun Shuiyan's limit. She had tried her best. She retreated without hesitation after unleashing those two palms that could destroy the heavens and earth. Even so, the terrifying impact of the meteor still swept her away. She tumbled in the void for a few million miles before coming to a stop. When she returned to the Black Dragon battleship and reunited with Tian Shu, the meteor was only 10 million miles away from the Heaven Punisher planet. The only thing the mother and son could do was steer the Black Dragon battleship away from the Heaven Punisher planet to avoid being injured by the shockwave. At the same time, Ji Tianxing, who was standing on top of the meteor, also flew into the void. Swoosh! He teleported for 100,000 miles and continued to fly for another 1,000,000 miles before stopping in the void. 2 hours later. The three experts chose a location and stopped 20 million miles away from the Heaven Punisher planet. They quietly watched the meteor crash into the Heaven Punisher planet. Boom! Along with an earth-shaking, earth-shattering sound, there was a loud explosion. The dim meteor finally crashed into the Heaven Punisher planet. In that instant, a terrifying sound wave spread out for over 100 million miles. A blinding purple light burst into the surroundings and shrouded the rift within 200 million li. Under the watchful eyes of Ji Tianqing, Tian Shu, and Yun Shuiyan, the purple barrier covering the Heaven Punisher planet was shattered by the meteor. The originally calm Heaven Punisher planet trembled violently from the impact. It tumbled forward for tens of millions of miles. Even though the shooting star had already deviated from its original trajectory and moved more than 10,000 miles away. However, planet Fa was 7 times bigger than it, so it still crashed into the southern hemisphere of planet Fa. Dazzling purple light and flames erupted in the southern hemisphere, sweeping across hundreds of millions of kilometers. Everyone saw with their own eyes that the southern hemisphere of planet Heaven Fa had been smashed into pieces, and millions of ravines and deep pits had been formed. The vast continents and mountains were blasted into pieces and powder. The endless forests and thousands of cities and kingdoms were instantly annihilated. Even the sea around the continent was swept up in huge waves that spread out in all directions. After an entire hour. Only then did the heaven-punishing star dissipate the terrifying impact and gradually stopped rolling. It stopped in the void 100 million li away. The incomparably huge meteor also fell apart because of this, turning into endless fragments that scattered in the dark void. The meteor collapsed. However, the calamity on planet Heaven Fa did not stop there. The continents and seas within a radius of hundreds of millions of kilometers were all destroyed in the earth-shattering collision. Billions of people of planet Fa, as well as countless sea beasts and demonic beasts, were instantly turned into ashes. The vast continents fell apart and collapsed. Lava and flames surged out from the depths of the earth. Huge waves swept up in the vast sea and quickly drowned the shattered continents. The sky collapsed, the earth collapsed, and lava and flames surged out from the ground. The entire planet Heaven Fa was plunged into misery and suffering. The southern hemisphere suffered the heaviest losses. At least 3 billion people died on the spot. Not even their corpses remained. More than 2 billion people were severely injured, but they did not die for the time being. They were still alive. However, in an extremely harsh and dangerous environment, they could not effectively save themselves. They were not far from death. Other than that, the northern hemisphere of planet Heaven Fa also suffered a huge impact. Although the northern hemisphere was not directly hit by the meteor. However, the destructive impact also caused the continents in the northern hemisphere to shatter. Huge waves rose up in the sea. Countless cities and kingdoms were destroyed by the massive impact, turning into endless ruins. As the continents were crushed and crushed, scenes of volcanoes erupting, lava rising into the sky, and flames burning the sky appeared in countless regions. As a result, the cities and kingdoms that were still in chaos and had suffered heavy casualties were immediately burned to the ground. Hundreds of millions of people and creatures of planet Heaven Fa were turned into ashes in this disaster. After 6 hours, planet Heaven Fa gradually calmed down. The previously peaceful and tranquil star was now riddled with holes and filled with devastation. The northern half of the planet was still protected by the purple light barrier, but the southern half was covered by rolling black clouds and gloomy clouds. After suffering such a destructive blow, planet Heaven Fa fell into extreme chaos and would not be able to recover for a year and a half. More than 6 billion people died on the spot. More than 5 billion people were severely injured or lost their homes. Even more than 20,000 planet Heaven Fa battleships that guarded the sky were affected. Most of them were destroyed. Such heavy losses could be said to be the worst in history. Fortunately, the 10 million soldiers of the 5 fleets sacrificed their lives to slow down the meteor's speed. Tian Shu and Yun Shuiyan used all their strength to slightly change the meteor's trajectory. Otherwise, Planet Heaven FA's losses would be even worse. The number of casualties would increase by 40%. At this time, the Black Dragon battleship had already turned around and sped toward Planet Heaven FA. The losses of Planet Heaven FA were basically in line with Yun Shuiyan's expectations. Although it was tragic, it was still acceptable. Shi and Tian Shu did not have time to be angry. They only wanted to rush back to Planet Heaven FA as soon as possible to maintain the overall situation and stability. Moreover, Yun Shuiyan was also on guard against Ji Tianqing taking advantage of the situation to attack. She had to rush back to the Arch Palace and start the emergency defense plan. At the same time, Ji Tianqing, who was standing in the void and watching the entire process, turned into a white shadow and rushed toward Planet Heaven FA. The meteor plan is completed. Although the effect is slightly reduced, Planet Heaven FA suffered heavy casualties and fell into extreme chaos. More than half of the divine light barrier that covered the entire planet was destroyed by the meteor. Now that the first step of the plan is completed, it's time to move on to the second step. Ji Tianqing rushed toward Planet Heaven FA as he calculated in his heart. Given the situation on Planet Heaven FA, it will not be peaceful for at least 2 months. Tian Shu and Yun Shuiyan will also not be able to form an effective defense. 2 months should be enough for me. Ji Tianqing murmured to himself. His eyes were filled with anticipation. The second step of his plan was more vicious than the meteor plan, and its momentum would be even more earth-shattering. Once the plan succeeded, the consequences would be 10 times or 100 times more terrifying than the meteor plan. It was almost impossible to complete the plan in the mortal world. Only the divine lords and divine kings in the 9 heavens had the ability to achieve it. He called the second step the Black Hole Plan. Chapter 27-26. It was half a day later when the Black Dragon battleship returned to Planet Heaven Trader. 2 of the 5 continents on Planet Heaven Trader had been submerged by the boundless ocean. The 3 continents that were lucky enough to survive were also in chaos. The people couldn't find soldiers or generals, and the generals had lost their commander and had no idea what to do. The people of Planet Heaven Trader could only run for their lives. Under the leadership of countless fleets and experts, they fled to a relatively safe area. The experts of the continents, kingdoms, and cities only knew how to protect the survivors first. After settling the survivors, they could then rush to the scorched earth ruins to rescue those who were on the verge of death. Yun Shuiyan and Tian Shu returned to the Emperor God Palace and immediately issued a series of orders. At the same time, Tian Shu also mobilized more than 10,000 battleships and 2 million soldiers to the continents to rescue them. The remaining 10,000 battleships and 2 million soldiers all retreated to the vicinity of the Emperor God Palace. Yun Shuiyan had a strong premonition that Ji Tianqing would soon come after the meteor hit Planet Heaven Trader. Therefore, she activated all the defenses of the Emperor God Palace and gathered all the forces. She was waiting for Ji Tianqing to come and fight him to the death. However, 3 days had passed, and Ji Tianqing still hadn't appeared. The Heaven Trader fleet guarding the Emperor God Palace was also puzzled and confused. Planet Heaven Trader had been hit by the meteor and suffered such a great disaster. Why didn't the Empress send them to rescue people? Why did she let them guard the Emperor God Palace and wait for a few days? This was too strange. Could it be that the Empress was afraid that someone would take the opportunity to overthrow the Emperor God Palace's authority? Or was there a powerful enemy attacking the Emperor God Palace? The 2 million soldiers were confused. However, they didn't dare to guess and could only obey the orders. In fact, Yun Shuiyan's guess was right. She and Tian Shu had just returned to Planet Heaven Trader when Ji Tianqing entered Planet Heaven Trader 2 hours later. Ji Tianqing landed on the Black Water Sea in the southern hemisphere, on a small island with a radius of less than 10 miles. Originally, this sea area had hundreds of thousands of islands of different sizes. The large islands had a radius of a few million miles, where close to 10 million warriors and civilians lived. Even the smallest island was tens of thousands of miles long, enough for hundreds of thousands of civilians and martial artists to survive. However, after the meteor struck the Heaven Punisher planet, this sea region was completely destroyed. Millions of islands fell apart and sank into the sea. The island under Ji Tianqing's feet originally had a radius of 500,000 kilometers. More than 4 million cultivators lived there, and several cities were built there. But now, the island had completely disintegrated, with only the tip of the island sticking out of the sea. There were still hundreds of thousands of martial artists who were lucky enough to survive in the cold, black seawater. They were still struggling with severe injuries. Ji Tianqing released tens of thousands of bolts of divine lightning, which enveloped the vast ocean. In a short while, the struggling Heaven Punisher martial artists were all dead. Shua! Ji Tianqing dived into the black seawater and dived into the depths of the sea. The sea was 100,000 zhang deep, and the seabed was pitch black like ink. It was bone-piercingly cold, and the pressure was incomparably huge. However, he was not affected at all. He easily dove to the bottom of the sea and drilled into the dark, hard rock layer. Even though he had encountered many sea beasts and surviving heaven destroyers along the way, he could not be bothered to waste time. He directly drilled into the ground and went deep into the planet's core. Compared to killing the Heaven Punishers, the black hole plan was more important. Even if he killed day and night, he could only kill a few 100 million Heaven Punishers in a year. However, once the black hole plan succeeded, the entire Heaven Punisher planet would be destroyed. At that time, more than 20 billion Heaven Punishers would be annihilated. Wouldn't that be tens of thousands of times faster and more efficient than killing them himself? Swish! Ji Tianqing used the law of earth. His body turned into a beam of dark yellow divine light as he quickly traveled underground. The deeper he went, the harder the rock layer, which was full of ores and metals, became. As a result, the resistance to diving would increase, and the speed would also decrease. However, this was only for ordinary martial artists and immortal beings. A true god like Ji Tianqing, who had mastered the law of earth, could travel hundreds of millions of miles without any hindrance. 3 days later, Ji Tianqing dived for 800,000 miles and reached the bottom of the rock layer. He was about to enter the lava area. 10 days later, Ji Tianqing went through a few million miles of lava and reached 4 million miles underground. He entered the core of the planet. A month later, he continued to travel in the depths of the planet's core and wandered in the endless lava. 2 months, 3 months, 4 months went by. Half a year had passed since the meteor hit Heaven Punisher planet. The 3 continents that were lucky enough to survive gradually returned to peace. Billions of wounded were treated, and countless cities and kingdoms that had been destroyed were being reconstructed. Overall, the Heaven Punishers had withstood the calamity and were recuperating. The Arch Palace had been peaceful. The grand sacrificial ceremony was always ready and 2 million soldiers were guarding it. But none of that was useful. Yun Shuiyan, Tian Shu, and the soldiers had waited for half a year in vain. Tian Shu's heart and mind were filled with shame and anger. He felt that he had been fooled by Ji Tianqing. He was like a frightened bird and a clown. He seemed very timid and weak. Many soldiers and guards talked behind his back, which also made him angry. He hated Ji Tianqing to the core. However, Ji Tianqing did not show up. He had nowhere to vent his anger. Yun Shuiyan was very calm. She kept comforting him and telling him not to let down his guard. At this moment, Ji Tianqing had reached the depths of the planet's core and was searching for the world's core in the endless sea of lava. That's right. This was part of the black hole plan. Ji Tianqing was bold and bold. He wanted to sneak into Heaven Punisher planet and refine the world's core. Although he also knew that this mission could not be completed in a short time. He did not expect to completely refine Heaven Punisher planet like he did with the Five Elements world. He only needed to use a little trick to control the world's power of Heaven Punisher planet. That would be enough. Day after day, month after month. Another 3 months passed. Ji Tianqing searched through the vast sea of lava, covering a radius of 100 million miles. Finally, one day in the 4th month, he suddenly sensed a special power fluctuation in the sea of lava tens of thousands of miles away. The mysterious and special power aura was very familiar to him. It was the power of the world. Ji Tianqing was overjoyed. He sped up and flew to the source of the aura. Not long after, he found the source of the power of the world. It was a huge lava whirlpool that was crazily devouring the surrounding lava. The whirlpool was unfathomable. No one knew where it led. If it were other true gods, they would not dare to enter rashly. Otherwise, they would be in danger of losing their lives. However, Ji Tianqing was not afraid at all. He leaped into the whirlpool without hesitation. Swoosh! With a flash of red light, Ji Tianqing's figure disappeared in the endless lava. Chapter 27:27. Swoosh! There was a flash of light. The darkness in front of Ji Tianqing dissipated, and light returned. All around him, above and below him, there was a dazzling purple light. Ji Tianqing opened his eyes and looked around. The situation was just as he had expected. He was currently in a huge ball of purple light with a radius of 70,000 miles. The condensed sacred purple light formed a spherical wall of light, like an indestructible heavenly curtain. The boundless scarlet lava was blocked by the purple light barrier as it churned violently. However, the 70,000 miles of space inside the ball of light was very spacious. The air was filled with strands of purple light, like clouds and flowing water, slowly flowing. In the middle of the ground, there was a sacred mountain that was 1,000 feet tall and was dark purple in color. Billions of five-colored veins extended from the foot of the mountain and spread out like veins, covering tens of thousands of miles of space. This special space was filled with the sacred power of the world, but there were no living creatures. It was dead silent. Ji Tianqing looked at the sacred purple mountain in the distance, and a gratified smile appeared on his face. Just as I expected, Planet Killer is the same as the Five Elements world. There is a special space deep in the Earth's core. It is the core of the world. I came prepared and spent almost a year to find the core of the world. However, the elites of the Heaven Lawless race do not know about the existence of the core of the world, nor do they know where to find it. Even if they knew, they would not be able to come here without the strength of a godly king. Elites who had not reached the godly king realm would be killed by the power of the world after entering the lava whirlpool. However, Ji Tianqing was different. He had already merged with the Five Elements world. As long as the Five Elements world was not destroyed, he would not die. Planet Killer was much smaller and weaker than the Five Elements world. It could not destroy the Five Elements world. Therefore, Ji Tianqing was able to come here unscathed. He collected his thoughts and flew toward the sacred purple mountain. The core of the Five Elements world was gold, while Planet Killer's was purple. Although the two mountains had different colors, their effects and power were equally powerful. Ji Tianqing flew to the peak of Mount Indigo and sat cross-legged on the mountain peak. He began to circulate and refine the world energy. However, he had tried over 100 times and spent 3 days, but all of them ended in failure. Even if he had mastered the Five Elemental world power and had the experience of refining the world mountain, it was useless here. The world power of Planet Heaven Killer was clearly different in nature. If Great Emperor Tian Fun, Tian Shu, and Yun Shuiyan were here, they would have had a chance to refine it. But he just couldn't. He had to think of another way. After pondering for a long time, Ji Tianqing decided to use the method he used to refine the five elements world. It was a stupid method, but it was effective in all the heavens. Ji Tianqing forced out 3 drops of dark golden god blood and dripped them onto the purple world mountain. Those 3 drops of god blood were the blood of his heart. They contained 30% of his power and cultivation. When the divine blood dripped onto the purple mountain, it immediately melted into the mountain, causing the mountain to emit a brilliant purple light. Ji Tianqing's face turned pale, and his aura weakened a lot. However, a gratified smile appeared on his face as he began to refine the power of the world. This method was indeed effective. The 3 drops of god blood were used as a catalyst to build a bridge between him and the purple mountain. His divine consciousness was immersed in the world meridian, and he frantically absorbed the purple world power. Swoosh! 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 Thousands of strands of sacred purple light flew out of the purple mountain and entered his body. Ji Tianqing was immersed in his cultivation. He had no distractions and was fully focused. His mind saw the scenes of planet Heaven Killer through the world meridian. The scenes of the continents, mountains, and rivers appeared in his mind, changing like illusions. He saw countless Heaven Killer craftsmen rebuilding their homes day and night. Many Heaven Killer warriors were still searching for survivors and treating the injured in the ruins and the sea. There were also fleets of Heaven Killer fleets flying across the sky, patrolling the continents. Thousands of images flooded Ji Tianqing's mind, allowing him to quickly understand the current situation of the Heaven Destroyer star. Time passed silently. 2 months passed quickly. Ji Tianqing had refined a huge amount of world power and could control 1/10 of planet Heaven Killer. Half a year later, the world power he had refined had increased 3-fold, and he could control 3/10 of planet Heaven Killer. After 8 months, the world power he had absorbed would be able to control 40% of planet Heaven Killer. At this time, the power of the 3 drops of god blood had been completely exhausted. Ji Tianqing could no longer refine the world power. Unless he sacrificed more than half of his god blood at the risk of his cultivation level dropping like when he refined the 5-element world. Without a doubt. Ji Tianqing did not intend to do that. It would be a waste of time, and his cultivation level would drop, and his strength would drop. Moreover, his goal was not to control planet Heaven Killer, but to destroy this planet. 40% of the world power is enough to move planet Heaven Killer, Ji Tianqing muttered to himself. He decisively ended his cultivation and withdrew his power. The black hole plan can finally be carried out. His eyes were filled with anticipation as he waved his fist. Then, he circulated his energy and sent a sacred purple light into the world mountain. Through the world meridian in the purple mountain, he controlled 40% of planet Heaven Killer and released a vast amount of world power. Swoosh! Suddenly, planet Heaven Killer, which was floating in the void, emitted 100,000 streaks of purple flames that illuminated 300 million miles of the void. The 100,000 streaks of purple flames formed by the world power were all concentrated in the southern hemisphere of planet Heaven Killer. A terrifying power erupted and immediately pushed the huge planet Heaven Killer to fly in the void. The motionless planet Heaven Killer suddenly started to fly. This caused the entire planet to tremble violently dozens of times. The planet only trembled slightly, but it was an earth-shattering earthquake and disaster for the Heaven Killers on the various continents. The 3 continents that had finally calmed down immediately cracked again. The continents broke apart, causing volcanoes and magma to erupt in countless areas. The tides in the endless sea rose violently, and huge waves covered the sky and earth, drowning countless continents and mountains. A calamity that was not too big but still shocking once again enveloped the Heaven Punisher race. As a result, more than 20 billion people on the 3 continents and 2 seas fell into chaos and disaster again. If a peerless expert stood in the void, he would be able to see a magical and brilliant scene. The southern half of planet Heaven Killer spewed out endless purple flames and pushed the entire planet toward the north. Only the gods in the 9 heavens could do such an earth-shattering thing. No one in the 3,000 mortal worlds had ever seen such a scene. Although planet Heaven Killer was still very slow when it first started to fly. But as time passed, planet Heaven Killer's speed continued to increase, becoming faster and faster. Half a day later, planet Heaven Killer's speed was as fast as lightning, leaving behind a trail of purple flames in the void. The scene was spectacular. Chapter 27-28. The 3 continents and 2 seas of planet Heaven Trader were in chaos and panic. Fortunately, the catastrophes of the Earth, volcanic eruptions, and huge tides only lasted for half a day before they ended. Even so, more than 1 billion members of the Heaven Trader died and more than 2 billion people were injured. Tens of thousands of the cities that were in perfect condition were destroyed. Cities that had just been built or were in the process of being built were turned into ruins again. This made the craftsmen of the Heaven Trader break down. The people were helpless and panicked. Everyone was like a bird startled by the twang of a bow. They didn't know where to hide, nor did they know when the next disaster would come. Therefore, countless generals tried to contact the Emperor God Palace to report the news. However, the Emperor God Palace only issued an order for the hundreds of millions of soldiers to defend their territories and comfort the people as soon as possible. The order didn't mention anything about the cause of the disaster and the preventive measures. Because, Tian Shu and Yun Shuiyan didn't know what was going on. When planet Heaven Trader was first pushed, there was a huge earthquake and tsunami. The Emperor God Palace naturally knew about this. Tian Shu was shocked. He immediately put on his armor and took the Neptune's halberd to seek revenge on Ji Tianqing. He subconsciously thought that Ji Tianqing had attacked planet Heaven Trader. However, Yun Shuiyan stopped him and told him solemnly that it wasn't Ji Tianqing. Planet Heaven Trader had run away. Tian Shu was dumbfounded when he heard this. Planet Heaven Trader ran away. Mother, what do you mean? Planet Heaven Trader was fine. Why would it run away? How could it run away? Yun Shuiyan said with an odd expression, I know that this matter is absurd to you, but it's absolutely true. I can't explain it in a few words. I'll take you to the void and you'll understand. Therefore, Yun Shuiyan took Tian Shu and drove the Black Dragon battleship to the void. Swoosh! A few hours later, the Black Dragon battleship flew into the vast void. Tian Shu and Yun Shuiyan walked out of the battleship and stood on the wide deck, looking down at planet Heaven Trader. They could clearly see that the southern hemisphere of planet Heaven Trader was erupting with hundreds of thousands of purple flames. An unimaginably huge thrust was pushing the Heaven Destroyer star through the void at a speed faster than lightning. Tian Shu was dumbfounded on the spot. He was so shocked that his jaw dropped. Mother, what's going on? How could this be? Although he was known as the #1 genius in the starry skies, with extraordinary aptitude and perception. However, he had always lived on planet Heaven Crusher, and his status was too honorable. His life had been smooth since he was young, and he had never experienced any setbacks. Therefore, his experience and knowledge were limited. On top of that, the mysterious power of stars rushing through the void had never happened in the past 30,000 years. Who the hell knew what was going on? Even the Heaven Punisher was dumbfounded, let alone Tian Shu. Yun Shuiyan pointed at the 100,000 purple flames that soared into the sky and said with a heavy expression, the gods of the mortal world naturally have no idea what sort of power this is or what's going on. But with Mother's experience and judgment, it should be the world energy of planet Heaven Killer. The power of the world? Tian Shu frowned and looked puzzled. Mother, what kind of power is that? Why haven't I heard of it before? Is it stronger than divine power? Is it the power of the stars? Yun Shuiyan shook her head gently and said, the power of the world is the origin of every world. It's a type of divine power, but it's one of the top divine powers. The power of the stars is the power emitted by billions of stars, and it's not the power of the world. That's because the power of the stars cannot form a complete world. Tian Shu was enlightened as he nodded and said, I see. Do you mean that the power of the world within Planet Heaven Killer is propelling it through the void? But why would the power of the world erupt for no reason? Why would it propel Planet Heaven Killer? Yun Shuiyan said with a deep look in her eyes, the power of the world has no consciousness, so of course it wouldn't erupt on its own, much less propel a star through the void. Someone is deliberately controlling the power of the world to propel Planet Heaven Killer into the depths of the void. Tian Shu was even more shocked as he asked in disbelief, Mother, didn't you say that the power of the world is the top divine power? Who has the ability to control it and propel Planet Heaven Killer? Yun Shuiyan was silent for a moment before she said leisurely, logically speaking, only a godly king can do it. But from the current situation, this matter definitely has something to do with Ji Tianqing. What? That bastard again? Tian Shu was enraged as his eyes shone with a ferocious light. Mother, that's impossible. How could Ji Tianqing have such a heaven-defying method? First, he controlled the meteor to strike Planet Heaven Killer, and now he's propelling Planet Heaven Killer into the depths of the void. This is the divine power of a godly king from the upper realm. Thinking of this, Tian Shu's body suddenly stiffened as a terrifying thought flashed through his mind. A godly king. A godly king from the upper realm. Mother, do you think it's possible that the godly king has abandoned the Heaven Killer and wants to kill us? Other than them, who else would be able to do such a thing? Yun Shuiyan glanced at him expressionlessly and said with certainty, Tian Shu, don't talk nonsense. The godly king from the upper realm spent 1,000 years nurturing the Heaven Killer. Why would he turn against us? Moreover, the honorable godly king has already taken you in as his disciple. Hearing her words, Tian Shu finally calmed down. That's right. The godly king has no reason to exterminate us. But I still can't believe that this is Ji Tianqing's doing. Yun Shuiyan said indifferently, it doesn't matter whether you believe it or not. Whether this is Ji Tianqing's doing or not, we'll talk about it later. What we need to consider now is where Planet Heaven Killer is flying to. How does the other party control the power of the cosmos? What conspiracy is driving Planet Heaven Killer to fly? How should we stop it? As she spoke, Yun Shuiyan looked ahead with a sharp gaze, observing the boundless void. Tian Shu fell silent for a moment. He could not answer any of the questions, nor did he have a clue. All he could do was remain silent and not disturb Yun Shuiyan's thoughts. After a long while, Yun Shuiyan observed the boundless void in front of her and did not find any problems. She pondered for a long time before muttering in a low voice, the source of the power of the world should be within the Earth's core. It said that it's in the core of the world. Unfortunately, only experts who have reached the godly king realm can go deep into the Earth's core and enter the core of the world. Tian Shu continued, in that case, we can't cut off the power of the world, nor can we stop Planet Heaven Killer from flying. Yun Shuiyan nodded. Tian Shu pointed at the void in front of Planet Heaven Killer and said, then all we can do is wait and observe to see if Planet Heaven Killer will encounter any danger. Danger? Yun Shuiyan, who was deep in thought, had a flash of inspiration when he reminded her. She immediately thought of something. Her expression changed on the spot as a terrifying cold light flashed in her eyes. Chapter 27-29. Seeing the sudden change in Yun Shuiyan's expression, Tian Shu frowned. He hurriedly asked, Imperial Mother, have you thought of something? Yun Shuiyan nodded slightly and said in a serious tone, after your reminder, I seem to have guessed the other party's conspiracy. What conspiracy? Tian Shu asked instinctively. Yun Shuiyan explained patiently, the most common dangers in the void are meteorite belts, void storms, void fires, folded spaces, and black holes. If the heaven's fault planet is traveling in the void and encounters a large-scale void storm, void fire, or a folded space, it will suffer heavy losses. If it collides with a meteorite belt or other stars, the heaven's fault planet is likely to be torn apart. The consequences will be even worse than when the meteorite collided with it. At this point, Yun Shuiyan paused for a moment before continuing slowly. If the heaven's fault planet were to collide with the most mysterious and terrifying black hole, it would be beyond redemption. Even a godly king powerhouse would die if they were swallowed by a black hole, let alone a star. Even if the heaven's fault planet was not swallowed by a black hole, it would still gravitate towards the gravitational pull. Once it enters the gravitational field of the black hole, it will be torn to pieces and disintegrate. Tian Shu's eyes widened and he shouted with grief and indignation, "Damn it! That little bastard is so vicious. So despicable." He was so angry that his chest rose and fell rapidly, and his eyes turned blood-red. At this point, he was no longer concerned about whether the meteorite and the power of the world were driven by Ji Tianqing. Unknowingly, he had accepted and acquiesced in this matter. Yun Shuiyan stared in front of the heaven's fault planet and said solemnly, "Tian Shu, the only thing we can do now is to keep an eye on the void in front of us and be vigilant of the dangers." Tian Shu hesitated and asked, "Mother, if you're right and the heaven's fault planet is going to collide with a star or enter a black hole, then, what should we do? Sit and wait for death?" Yun Shuiyan shook her head decisively and said, "Of course not. Even if we can't stop it, there are still the gods from the upper realm." Tian Shu's face was filled with worry. He smiled bitterly and said, "Mother, even if we sacrifice 300,000 people to contact the upper realm deities, they won't be able to help us. No matter what, they couldn't descend to Heaven Traitor Star. At most, they could only scatter a little bit of divine light. But it's useless. It can't save planet Heaven." Yun Shuiyan said coldly, "So what? All we can do is to do our best and leave the rest to fate. If 300,000 isn't enough, then sacrifice 3 million, or even 30 million. Tian Shu was speechless. Even though he felt that his mother's actions were very extreme and that she did not care about the lives of the Heaven Punishers at all. But now that things had come to this, the entire heaven-punishing planet was in danger. If they weren't careful, more than 20 billion people would die. Under these circumstances, his mother had no other choice. The Heaven FA star was still speeding through the void at an increasingly fast speed. Inside the world core, Ji Tianqing was still channeling the world energy within the Purple Mountain. Although he could only use 40% of the heaven-punishing star's power. This was enough for the heaven-punishing star to fly through the void like a ball of dazzling purple light with a long purple tail flame. Unfortunately, Tian Shu and Yun Shuiyan were in the void and not on the heaven-punishing star. Otherwise, Ji Tianqing would have a whole new level of respect for Yun Shuiyan if he heard the conversation between the mother and son. This was because Yun Shuiyan had guessed correctly. It was just as she had guessed. Ji Tianqing's black hole plan was to push the heaven-punishing star into a black hole and destroy the entire planet. Before arriving at the heaven-punishing star, Ji Tianqing had been planning for this. About 1 billion miles north of the heaven-punishing star, there was an empty region. In that void, Ji Tianqing found a huge mysterious black hole. A few hundred years ago, there were a few planets in that void. Of course, they were all lifeless and barren planets. Ever since the mysterious black hole appeared, it had been moving slowly in the void. In the past few hundred years, a few barren planets had been swallowed by the black hole. Now, Ji Tianqing wanted to send the heaven-punishing star over as well. As time passed, the distance between the heaven-punishing star and the black hole grew closer and closer. In just 5 days, the distance between the two had shrunk by half. It was only 500 million miles away. The heaven-punishing star was heading towards destruction. However, Tianshu and Yun Shuiyan had yet to discover the existence of the black hole. The black hole was huge, with a radius of 100 million miles. The gravitational circle around the black hole had also reached a radius of 200 million miles. However, the black hole was as black as ink and the gravitational circle was invisible. With Tianshu and Yun Shuiyan's eyesight, it was impossible for them to discover it from 500 million miles away. Just like in the past, Ji Tianxing and the others would only discover the black hole when they were 300 million miles away. Peace gradually returned to the heaven-punishing star. The more than 20 billion citizens of the heaven-punishing star thought that the disaster was over. They had no idea that they were about to face an even more terrifying disaster. The Black Dragon warship was still speeding through the void. It could only keep up with the heaven-punishing star's speed when it was at full power. Yun Shuiyan stood alone at the bow of the warship. She stood proudly on the dragon's head and stared coldly at the void in front of her. 5 days had passed. She had been standing there without moving half a step. Tianshu stood with her for 3 days before losing patience and returning to the warship to deal with government affairs. The past 5 days had been peaceful and the heaven-punishing star had not encountered any setbacks. However, Yun Shuiyan did not let down her guard at all. Instead, the uneasiness in her heart grew stronger. She had a strong premonition that after the temporary calm, there would be a shocking storm. Therefore, she had Tianshu order the head ritual master to prepare everything. Now, the head ritual master was on standby with 300 priests on the altar of the Imperial God Palace. The 300,000 citizens of the heaven-punishing star were also sealed around the altar as sacrifices. They could be used at any time. In addition, there were 1,000,000 citizens of the heaven-punishing star as backup sacrifices. They stayed in the Imperial God Palace. In addition to preparing for the grand sacrificial ceremony, Yun Shuiyan also thought of a way out. If the grand sacrificial ceremony failed, even the gods would not be able to save the heaven-punishing star. Then, she would decisively give up on the heaven-punishing star and take Tianshu with her to activate the laws of heaven and earth and ascend to the upper realm. As long as she and Tianshu survived, there would be a chance for revenge in the future. As for the life and death of the heaven punishers, she could not care less. After all, she was not a member of the heaven punishers. After a long wait and suffering, another 2 days passed. The heaven-punishing star advanced another 200 million miles. At this time, the heaven-punishing star was only 300 million miles away from the mysterious black hole. Yun Shuiyan, who was standing at the bow of the warship and observing the void, finally realized that something was wrong. She saw a blurry black shadow in the boundless void in front of her. It looked like a huge vortex. The void was cold and gloomy, but it was not completely dark. There was some starlight. However, the surroundings of the vortex were as black as ink. It was as if all the starlight had been swallowed by the vortex. Seeing this, Yun Shuiyan's delicate body trembled. Her eyes emitted a cold light. It's 5 chapters again. Brothers, please cast your votes. End of chapter. Chapter 2730. A black hole. Yun Shuiyan reacted in an instant and shouted in a cold tone. I was right, it's a black hole. That damn Ji Tianxing, how could he be so vicious? Yun Shuiyan's expression changed. She quickly sent a voice transmission to Tianshu and ordered, Tianshu, a black hole has appeared 300 million miles ahead. Send an order to the Archbishop immediately. Tell her to initiate the sacrificial ceremony and contact the upper realms deities. Tianshu was busy dealing with government affairs in the battleship. His body stiffened when he heard Yun Shuiyan's voice. His expression became extremely solemn. Swoosh! In a flash of white light, he teleported to Yun Shuyan's side and looked ahead with a burning gaze. Soon, he saw the blurry shadow of the vortex in the void ahead. He took out his communication jade slip without hesitation and sent an order to the archbishop. Then, he asked solemnly, "Mother, in your opinion, how big is the black hole? Will planet Fa be completely swallowed by the black hole?" Yun Shuyan said coldly, "According to my estimation, the black hole should be 100 million miles wide. According to convention, the 200 million miles around the black hole is a gravitational circle. Once planet Fa enters the gravitational circle, the divine light barrier and heaven and earth spiritual chi will be swallowed. Without the protection of the divine light and heaven and earth spiritual chi, planet Fa will be torn apart. The entire planet will collapse and disintegrate into endless fragments, then be swallowed by the black hole. Now, we're only 100 million miles away from the gravitational circle. We'll enter it in a day." "What? We're already so close." Tianshu was shocked. He asked anxiously, "If the upper realm's deities can't save planet Fa, what should we do?" Yun Shuyan said calmly, "You don't have to worry. I'm prepared. If planet Fa is destined to be swallowed by the black hole, we'll escape before it enters the gravitational circle. I'll bring you to heaven." "No." Tianshu shook his head and refused. He said unwillingly, "We can escape, but what about the 20 billion people who want to kill planet Fa? What about the tens of millions of soldiers and fleets? In the mortal world, we're the overlords of the major star regions, the noblest powerhouses. Once you ascend to the upper realm, you'll be a lowly deity with no power or influence." Yun Shuyan looked at him with a stern expression. She seemed to have expected better from him. She reprimanded him, "What's there to miss about the riches and glory of the mortal world? With Mother's experience and methods, as well as your talent and aptitude, we can still become the overlords of a region when we ascend to the upper realm and rule over thousands of deities." Sky Pivot fell silent, struggling and hesitating. Yun Shuyan added, "If you really can't bear to see billions of citizens die and tens of millions of soldiers reduced to ashes, then give the order now." He ordered all citizens who were above the martial sage realm to gather at the imperial cities of the various countries as soon as possible. Then, they would board the battleships and leave Heaven Trader Star in batches. Have them form a fleet and rush to Celestial Globe and Muchu Star. Tianshu was startled and he asked, "Only people above the martial sage realm can leave Heaven Punisher Star? What about the other 20 billion people? Are they going to be buried with the Heaven Fa Star?" Yun Shuyan said expressionlessly, "Only the strong have the value of survival. The weak have no right to live." Tianshu's face froze. He frowned and said, "But there's only one day left. It's too rushed. Let them live as long as they can." Yun Shuyan said indifferently, "Those who can't escape in time will die." Tianshu smiled bitterly and asked, "Mother, since you already had this idea, why didn't you give the order a few days in advance? Are you blaming me for not caring about the lives of the citizens?" Yun Shuyan frowned and said angrily, "Before today, we couldn't be sure if Heaven Trader Star would hit the black hole. Moreover, all the soldiers above the martial sage realm have to stay in Heaven Trader Star to guard the homes of the citizens and prevent Ji Tianqing and the others from attacking." Tianshu quickly bowed and apologized, "Mother, please calm down. I won't blame you. I will give the order now and follow your orders." After Tianshu bowed, he immediately returned to the battleship and gave the order. It took 2 hours for his order to be transmitted to the 3 continents and then to the various holy kingdoms. It would take another 4 to 6 hours to travel from the various holy kingdoms to the various cities. It would take at least a day for all the martial sages to gather in the imperial city and leave Heaven Trader Star on the battleship. It would take another 4 to 6 hours for the fleet to leave Heaven Trader Star. Therefore, most of the soldiers and citizens of Heaven Trader Realm could not leave Heaven Trader Star in 2 days. If no one stopped Heaven Traitor Star from hitting the black hole, almost 99% of the citizens would be killed. Heaven Traitor Star, Emperor God Palace. In the middle of a square that was 300 miles wide, there was an altar that was 100 miles wide. This was the most sacred altar of the Heaven Traitor tribe, and it was only used once every 50 years. The altar was 100 miles wide and 1,000 feet tall. It was made of purple blood divine jade, and there were more than 30 million precious divine stones in it. At that moment, the grand sacrificial ceremony had begun. The entire altar shone with purple light, and it lit up the sea of clouds. The grand priest, who was dressed in a luxurious purple robe, stood in the middle of the altar. He held a staff that was as tall as a man and knelt on the ground to pray. He looked very pious. Around the altar, 300 priests in white robes were holding staffs and compasses. They were arranged in a special formation as they knelt on the ground and chanted. The sound of everyone chanting together was deep, solemn and dignified. It reverberated in the sky. The square below the altar was filled with citizens of Heaven Traitor Star. There were 300,000 people in the square, and it was so crowded that not even a drop of water could trickle through. However, everyone was in a formation, and it did not reduce the chaos at all. The citizens of Heaven Traitor Star were all weak martial artists. However, they were strong and they were full of blood chi. They were very pious in their faith. Even though they knew that they were sacrifices, none of them retreated or ran away. Instead, everyone's faces were filled with pride and anticipation. Their eyes were burning with passion. It was their honor to be able to sacrifice themselves for the Heaven Traitor Star to the Supreme Being King. About 4 hours later, the head ritual master and the 300 priests finally activated the grand array of the sacrificial altar. The altar shone with an even more dazzling purple light. It released a vast and powerful divine aura that shook the heavens and earth. Seeing this, the head ritual master revealed a look of relief and quietly wiped away the sweat on her forehead. He knelt on the ground and chanted a long and cryptic incantation. Then, he waved the staff in his hand and shouted, "Let the sacrifice begin." As his voice fell, the 300 priests used all their strength to activate the altar's power. The 300,000 Heaven Traitor Star martial artists below the altar were filled with anticipation. The group of martial artists at the front knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times and 9 times in a pious and respectful manner. Then, they crawled on the ground and climbed onto the altar. Chapter 27:31. Swoosh. When the tens of thousands of devout martial artists climbed up the altar immediately emitted a blinding purple light. In the blink of an eye, the tens of thousands of martial artists were enveloped by the sacred purple light. The purple light was like a blazing divine fire, quickly devouring the bodies of the martial artists. In just a few breaths, the tens of thousands of martial artists melted in the purple light, leaving only piles of black ashes. These martial artists had sacrificed their flesh and souls, disappearing forever. The purple light at the top of the altar had also gained 2 shades of dark red, becoming more turbulent. Then, the second batch of offerings knelt on the ground. Again, the tens of thousands of martial artists kowtowed to the sky and crawled up the altar. Swoosh! Another purple light lit up like a raging fire, devouring many martial artists. Then, the third, fourth, and fifth batches of offerings climbed up the altar one after another. With the sacrifice of tens of thousands of martial artists, the altar's brilliance became more dazzling, and its aura became more powerful, sweeping across tens of thousands of miles. The purple light that shot up to the sky became more turbulent as if it was connected to the 9 heavens. Unknowingly, another 2 hours had passed. The 300,000 martial artists were divided into 30 batches, and all of them had been sacrificed. The purple light and aura of the altar had reached an unprecedented peak. The entire imperial god palace and even the sea of clouds within 30,000 miles were enveloped by the purple light. However, there was nothing unusual in the sky. The archbishop and the 300 priests did not dare to slack off. They continued to chant and cast spells with all their might. 4 hours had passed, and there was still no response from the upper realms deities. The archbishop was a little anxious and worried, and his forehead was sweating profusely. At this moment, Tian Shu sent a communication jade slip to ask about the situation of the grand sacrificial ceremony. The archbishop reported the situation as it was, feeling uneasy. Not long after, Tian Shu's communication jade slip flew back and gave an order. The deities of the upper realm are not responding. There must be not enough offerings. Continue to smelt offerings until the deities respond. The head ritual master obeyed and hurriedly sent people to gather more offerings. Fortunately, he followed Tian Shu's order and prepared 1,000,000 martial artists in advance, waiting for orders in the imperial god palace. Not long after, a large number of imperial god palace protectors brought 300,000 offerings to the square. The previous scene quickly repeated itself. The 300,000 martial artists were divided into 30 batches, and they climbed up the altar one after another, disintegrating in the sacred purple light. The altar absorbed a large amount of qi, blood, and souls, and its power reached an unprecedented peak. The purple light was even more dazzling, and the altar's aura was so majestic that everyone was suffocating. The altar's aura. Finally, some strange phenomena appeared in the dazzling purple sky. Dazzling lightning and golden light flickered in the sky as if they were about to break the barrier between the mortal and divine realms. Seeing this scene, the archbishop and of the gods of the imperial god palace, the deities. Hurry! Almighty God, you have sensed our sincerity. Don't continue to add of offerings of offerings. The head officiant waved her scepter and shouted at the top of her lungs. Thus, the imperial of the god heaven, of them, inside the world core of planet Tianfeng. Ji Tianqing ended the 7 days of spellcasting and slowly withdrew his palms. He looked a little tired, and beads of sweat could be seen on his forehead. Obviously, he had spent a lot of energy controlling the power of the world and pushing planet heaven to the black hole. Phew! Finally, it's done. Planet heaven is only 150 million miles away from the black hole. It will enter the black hole in 1.5 days and be completely destroyed. After flying another 50 million miles, it will enter the black hole's gravitational circle in a few hours. Once it enters the gravitational circle, even a divine emperor can't change the outcome. Ji Tianqing smiled with relief. Planet heaven was only 50 million miles away from the gravitational circle. With the terrifying inertia, it would rush into the gravitational circle, and then be torn to pieces by the black hole. Ji Tianqing's mission was completed, and he decided to leave planet heaven. However, before he left planet heaven he wanted to take a look at the situation there. He wanted to know how the imperial god palace would react. What were Tian Shu and Yun Shuiyan feeling right now? Thus, Ji Tianqing's consciousness entered the purple mountain and observed planet heaven through the veins of the world. Unfortunately, the imperial god palace was located at the top of the vast sea of clouds. The veins of the world that he had refined could not detect that area. Naturally, he could not see the imperial god palace either. Ji Tianqing was a little disappointed. He then observed other areas of planet heaven through the veins of the world. After a while, he suddenly found something strange. On one of the continents, countless experts of the heaven-seeking sect were frantically rushing in a certain direction. Martial sages flew in the sky or rode on demonic beasts. Most of the experts of the martial god realm rode on warships. Everyone's goal was the same, which was the imperial city of each holy kingdom. Seeing this, Ji Tianqing was a little surprised and thought to himself, what are those experts of the heavens tribe doing? They are all as anxious as if they were reincarnated. Could it be that Yun Shuiyan and Tian Shu found the black hole and gathered all the experts of the Heavens tribe to fight against it? But it's useless. Even if they gather 100,000 martial gods, they won't be able to stop planet Heaven. With doubts in his heart, Ji Tianqing shifted his gaze to the imperial city of one of the holy kingdoms. He immediately saw a large number of warships floating in the sky above the imperial city. There were at least a few thousand of them. Batch after batch of martial sages rushed into the battleship, fighting to be the first. In a short while, thousands of warships were filled with people and formed a huge fleet that rose into the sky. Ji Tianqing's gaze followed the fleet as it crossed the boundless sky and finally broke through the thin holy light barrier and entered the empty space. They have entered the empty space. Do they really want to stop planet Heaven? Ji Tianqing thought to himself and felt that there was something wrong. It didn't take long for him to discover something even more interesting. After the fleet entered the empty space, they did not have any intention of stopping planet Heaven. The fleet plunged into the empty space and fled in the opposite direction. Seeing this, Ji Tianqing suddenly understood. I see. I thought they were going to make a last-ditch struggle. I didn't expect them to abandon their planet and escape. Ji Tianqing sneered and immediately controlled the power of the Heavens tribe to attack the fleet. The fleet had just left planet Heaven and had flown tens of thousands of miles away. The more than 100,000 experts in the warships looked as if they had just survived a disaster and felt lucky. Many people were discussing why planet Heaven was flying in the empty space. Why would Fa Tianqing come here? At this moment, 10 huge purple pillars of light shot out from planet Heaven Trader and blasted towards the fleet. Boom! 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 In an instant, 10 purple light pillars that were thousands of miles long drowned the entire fleet and created earth-shattering explosions. Chapter 2732. The 10 purple light pillars were formed by the power of the realm. The so-called power of the world could create a world, but it could also destroy a world. How terrifying was its power! The thousands of battleships were just ordinary battleships. Most of the people in the battleships were martial sages and only a few were martial gods. How could they withstand the attack of the power of the realm? In the blink of an eye, the thousands of battleships were turned into pieces and disintegrated. As for the hundreds of thousands of heaven punishers, they had naturally been reduced to ashes without leaving behind any corpses. However, they had died in vain and did not know who had killed them. Ji Tianqing used the power of the Heaven Destroyer Star to destroy the entire fleet with one move. He was in a good mood. At that moment, he suddenly realized that there was another fleet in the void not far away. The fleet was slightly smaller and there were only about 600 battleships. It was obvious that they had just escaped from a country's imperial city and were preparing to head to their new home. Ji Tianqing did not hesitate and used the power of the realm again to release 9 purple light pillars. Boom! 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 9 pillars of light thousands of kilometers long instantly annihilated the entire fleet, leaving not a single piece of armor behind. Next, Ji Tianqing used the power of the realm to observe the void around the Heaven Destroyer Star. Within 2 hours, he discovered more than a dozen fleets. Every fleet had a mighty aura, with the largest having over 1,000 battleships and the smallest having over 500 to 600. Many of the battleships carried the Heaven Destroyer Star into the void and escaped from the Heaven Destroyer Star as quickly as possible. However, those fleets were doomed to tragedy when they were discovered by Ji Tianqing. Ji Tianqing attacked more than a dozen times and used the power of the realm to destroy the fleets. The Black Dragon battleship followed the Heaven Destroyer Star. Yun Shuiyan, who was standing at the bow of the battleship, saw many fleets being destroyed by the purple light. With her intelligence, she knew what was going on at a glance. She was instantly enraged and her eyes were filled with killing intent. Damn bastard! It must be Ji Tianqing. It must be him. He can really control the power of the realm and destroy the fleets that escaped into the void. Damn it! Damn it! Yun Shuiyan was so angry that her face turned ashen. Her entire body was burning with rage. Unfortunately, she didn't know where Ji Tianqing was hiding. She wanted to find Ji Tianqing for revenge, but she didn't know where to start. He was furious, but there was nothing he could do. The only thing she could think of was to urge Dubhe to ask about the situation of the heaven-worshipping ceremony. Dubhe. In another 20 million miles, planet Fa would enter the gravitational sphere. How's the progress of the grand sacrificial ceremony? Yun Shuiyan stood at the ship's bow and sent a voice transmission to SkyPivot. Tian Shu had been giving out orders and receiving reports from the various divine nations. He was so busy that his head was in a mess. When he heard Yun Shuiyan's question, his body stiffened as he grew increasingly anxious. Mother, just now, the Archbishop sent a message saying that the gods of the upper realm have already reacted. It's just that the sky is still filled with lightning and divine light. The deities of the upper realm have yet to issue their oracle. Yun Shuiyan frowned and ordered in a deep voice, hurry him up again. We don't have enough time to melt all the offerings. Tian Shu acknowledged the order and hurriedly took out the communication jade slip and gave the order to the Archbishop. Inside the Imperial God Palace. The altar had devoured 900,000 warriors, and its power had already reached its peak. The purple light that shot into the sky turned everything within 50,000 miles into a world of purple light. The majestic aura suppressed the Archbishop and the 300 priests to the ground. They could not stand up at all. Such terrifying momentum and power was something that no one had ever experienced before. The Archbishop was even worried that the power of the sacrifice would be too terrifying and cause the altar to explode. However, he also understood that planet Fa had reached a point of life and death. Even if the altar were to explode, even if hundreds or tens of millions of people were to be sacrificed, he had to contact the gods of the upper realm. At this moment, a jade slip flew through the air. The Archbishop hurriedly reached out and caught it. His consciousness entered it and read Tian Shu's order. A moment later, he put away the communication jade slip and shouted, "Quick! Bring the last 400,000 sacrifices here." His order was passed down. Not long after, a large number of Imperial God Palace protectors brought the 400,000 warriors to the spacious square. The square was so crowded that not even a drop of water could trickle through. The scene was a little chaotic. However, the Archbishop could not care less. He hurriedly ordered the sacrifices to start the sacrifice. 10,000 warriors in a batch began to kowtow and worship. They crawled onto the altar and turned into ashes in the purple light. As time passed, batch after batch of warriors completed the sacrifice. The purple light and power of the altar were still slowly rising, approaching the critical point. The 300 priests who presided over the sacrificial ceremony gradually could not bear the terrifying pressure. Everyone's face was pale, and purple blood flowed out of their bodies. They also began to feel dizzy. When the 400,000 sacrifices were reduced by half, the power of the altar reached the critical point. Crack, crack, crack. Suddenly, more than 10 cracks appeared on the altar that was thousands of feet tall and spread out in all directions. Bam, bam, bam. A few of the white-robed priests who presided over the sacrifice also exploded on the spot, turning into a mist of blood that sprinkled on the altar. The Archbishop in the middle of the altar was also suppressed to the ground. The scepter in his hand began to crack. Cracks appeared all over his body, and purple blood spurted out. His bones also began to shatter. However, no one retreated or hesitated. They continued to preside over the sacrifice. As long as they could communicate with the upper realm deities, it would be worth it even if they all sacrificed themselves. Cracks began to appear on the surface of the altar. The entire altar began to shake violently, and countless pieces of rubble crumbled. At this moment, the thunder and divine light in the sky suddenly exploded with a loud noise that shook the universe. Kaboom! Along with that enormous bang that seemed to split the heavens and earth apart, an incomparably enormous gap split open in the boundless sky. It was a blazing white gap that was tens of thousands of miles long. Endless lightning and divine golden light supported the gap, preventing it from closing. Without a doubt, the space barrier that separated the mortal world and the heavenly realm was broken by the upper realm deities. Under the power of the heavenly axiom, the gap would naturally close. However, the upper realm deities used some unknown method to support the gap. Roar! Roar! The voice of a deity that seemed to come from beyond the 9 heavens came from the gap in the sky and scattered between heaven and earth. Suddenly, the archbishop, more than 200 white-robed priests, and hundreds of thousands of martial artists who had not sacrificed were all ecstatic. Everyone prostrated themselves on the ground respectfully, resisting the terrifying pressure, and kowtowed respectfully and devoutly. In the gap that was tens of thousands of miles long, among the golden thunder and divine light, a huge eyeball appeared out of thin air. It was a round red eyeball with a radius of 3,000 miles. There was a dark golden eyeball that was emotionless as it looked down coldly at heaven and earth. Chapter 27:33. Such a scene shocked the head ritual master. The 200 white-robed priests were also horrified. Their hearts were filled with fear. They had served the Heaven Crusaders for thousands of years and had hosted more than 10 grand sacrificial ceremonies. However, they had never seen such a scene. In the past grand sacrificial ceremonies, the upper realm deities could only send down endless divine light and an oracle occasionally. But now, an eyeball had appeared in the gap between the 2 realms. Just what kind of powerful existence was it, to actually have such a huge eyeball as big as a mountain? That cold and indifferent gaze contained a supreme, world-destroying might and power. Under the gaze of the eyeball, the entire imperial god palace was shrouded in endless divine power. The hundreds of thousands of sacrificial offerings in the square were too weak, and they exploded one after another, turning into a bloody mist that filled the sky. Even the bodies of more than 200 white-robed oracles started to crack, and the ground was covered in blood. In just 2 breaths, hundreds of white-robed priests could not withstand the terrifying divine power. Their divine bodies collapsed and turned into flesh and blood. Fortunately, the incomparably huge, cold and indifferent eyeball finally disappeared. The divine lightning and golden light in the sky also disappeared. The 10,000-mile-long gap quickly healed and returned to normal. The peerlessly terrifying divine might disappeared. The purple light that shot up to the sky from the altar gradually dissipated, and so did the mighty power. Rumble, following a series of loud and muffled noises, the entire altar shattered into pieces, collapsing into ruins all over the ground. The archbishop and the 100 white-robed priests quickly escaped from the ruins. They stood in the blood-soaked square and looked up at the sky in shock. It's over. The altar has collapsed, the grand sacrificial ceremony has been interrupted, and we have lost contact with the upper realm deities. Did we fail in the end? Everyone was filled with bewilderment, and they revealed expressions of deep despair and disappointment. Many white-robed priests could not take the blow. They knelt on the ground and cried in despair. The archbishop also looked at the sky in despair. His eyes were as red as blood, and 2 streams of blood flowed down from the corners of his eyes. Are we mortals so lowly that even the upper realm deities don't want to help us? The entire planet Heaven Crusher had more than 20 billion living beings. God, we have worshipped you so sincerely for 1,000 years, why are you so cold and heartless? Seeing the head ritual master's reaction, the more than 100 white-robed oracles became even sadder and more desperate. For a time, the huge square was filled with wailing sounds. Everyone was wailing as if they had lost their parents. The commotion in the square alerted the entire Emperor God Palace. Not long after, the soldiers and guards in the Emperor God Palace found out about the failure of the sacrificial ceremony. The entire Imperial God Palace was shrouded in gloomy clouds. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers and guards were in despair. In everyone's eyes, they had been abandoned by the gods and the entire planet Heaven Crusher would be destroyed. The Heaven Punishers in the Imperial God Palace could not see what was happening in the void. They were completely unaware that a completely different scene was taking place in the void outside Planet Heaven Trader. Planet Heaven Destroyer was about to enter the gravitational field of the black hole, dragging a long purple tail of flame behind it. The distance between them had already shrunk to a few million miles. After an hour, Planet Heaven Destroyer would enter the gravitational field. Then, the terrifying gravitational force would devour Planet Heaven Destroyer's divine light barrier and heaven and earth spiritual chi. Then, Planet Heaven Destroyer would be torn into pieces by the terrifying gravitational force. At this moment, Ji Tianqing also stopped casting. He manipulated the power of the world and left the depths of the Earth's core. In the next moment, a light flashed, and he appeared on the surface of Planet Heaven Destroyer. Then, he left Planet Heaven Destroyer at his fastest speed and returned to the void. Swoosh! He stood in the void a million miles away from Planet Heaven Destroyer and watched as Planet Heaven Destroyer flew under his feet and headed straight for the black hole. It's time to end everything. Ji Tianqing murmured to himself. His tone was filled with relief as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. As long as Planet Heaven Destroyer was devoured by the black hole, the Heaven Punishers would be finished. Even if there were still tens of millions of Heaven Punishers left in the major star zones, it would be difficult for them to become powerful. They would soon be surrounded and annihilated by the various races. The pain and disaster that the Heaven Punishers had brought to the universe would end with the destruction of Planet Heaven Destroyer. Ji Tianqing was already planning in his heart. After Planet Heaven Destroyer was destroyed, he would bring his wife and children to the God Realm, tens of millions of miles away, in another void. The Black Dragon battleship had stopped flying and was floating in the void. Yun Shuiyan and Tian Shu stood at the bow of the battleship. They looked at this scene with complicated expressions and remained silent. Things had already come to this, and a miracle had not happened. Tian Shu had also sent a message to the Archbishop, but the answer he received was that they had failed. Planet Heaven Destroyer was about to be destroyed. It was a foregone conclusion. The mother and son were filled with grief, and their expressions were solemn. However, they could only watch as Planet Heaven Destroyer was about to be destroyed. There was nothing they could do. After a long time, Yun Shuiyan said in a low voice, Tian Shu, there's no need to watch anymore. Things have already come to this. Even a divine emperor can't save them. Planet Heaven Destroyer is about to be destroyed. This is fate. We should leave to avoid being hurt by the aftermath. Mother will take you to other stars to recuperate and prepare for 10 years. Then, I will bring you to the God Realm. Tian Shu looked at Planet Heaven Destroyer indifferently. His voice was cold and emotionless. He said in a low voice, I will remember this for the rest of my life. With Ji Tianqing's strength, he will soon be able to ascend to the God Realm. I, Tian Shu, swear that even if I ascend to the God Realm, I will use all means and all my strength to take revenge. Yun Shuiyan nodded slightly and said earnestly, a man should be brave after being humiliated. After this disaster, if you can pull yourself together and work hard, your future achievements will be limitless. Alright, let's go. After saying that, Yun Shuiyan turned to leave. Tian Shu was stunned for a moment. He took one last look at Planet Heaven Destroyer and turned to enter the battleship. However, it was that last look that made his body stiffen and he stopped abruptly. He could vaguely see that right above Planet Heaven Destroyer, thousands of miles away from the gravitational circle, a sacred golden light appeared in the void. Swoosh! Kaboom! Along with the appearance of the dazzling divine light, thousands of dark golden thunderbolts danced recklessly like wild dragons. Even though he was 30 million miles away, Tian Shu could sense that the dazzling golden light and thunderbolts contained supreme divine power. The golden light that covered the sky and the thousands of thunderbolts flashed and danced in the void, as if they were about to tear a hole in the void. Seeing this scene, Tian Shu was stunned for a moment. Then, his eyes widened and he revealed a look of pleasant surprise. Mother! Quick, look! The gods! The gods of the God realm are finally reacting. They didn't abandon us, they didn't abandon the Heaven Destroyer clan. Tian Shu shouted in ecstasy. His eyes were full of hope. Chapter 27:34. Yun Shuiyen had just turned around and walked a few steps when she heard Tian Shu's shout. She instinctively turned around and followed Tian Shu's gaze. She saw that there was indeed divine light and lightning flashing in the void. She was no stranger to this scene. It was the sign of communication between the gods and the Heaven Punishers during the grand sacrificial ceremony. We've finally made contact. Yun Shuiyen pursed her lips and smiled as if a burden had been lifted from her shoulders. When Tian Shu saw her smile, he said excitedly, "Mother, I've finally seen you smile." Ever since he was born, Yun Shuiyen had spent most of her time in isolation. The number of times they had met could be counted on one hand. In Tian Shu's memory, he had never seen Yun Shuiyen smile before. Soon after, a series of loud rumbling sounds reverberated from the void. The dazzling golden light and divine lightning were tearing apart the barrier between the two worlds in an extremely violent manner. Yun Shuiyen and Tian Shu stood on the battleship and watched with anticipation. However, it took some time for the divine light to break through the void. Even the godly kings from the upper realm could not easily connect the two worlds. Yun Shuiyen and Tian Shu were anxious. They prayed in their hearts, hoping that the gods would open up the passage between the two worlds as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Planet Heaven Punisher did not slow down and finally rushed into the black hole's gravitational circle. The terrifying gravitational force immediately swallowed the endless purple light and spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Yun Shuiyen, Tian Shu, and Ji Tianqing could clearly see that the thin purple light that enveloped half of Planet Heaven Punisher was flowing into the gravitational circle like water. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth on Planet Heaven Punisher was also plundered by the gravitational circle. It turned into millions of colorful light ribbons and flew into the gravitational circle. Moreover, the terrifying gravitational force pulled Planet Heaven Punisher, causing it to fly even faster. After a short quarter of an hour, 1% of Planet Heaven Punisher had completely entered the gravitational circle. The purple light barrier and spiritual energy of heaven and earth disappeared in that area, turning it into a vacuum. Then, the endless forests, grasslands, and endless mountain ranges quickly disintegrated into debris and were swallowed by the gravitational circle. There was also an endless flood from the surging seas and rivers. The sky was collapsing, the earth was collapsing, and the mountains and rivers were collapsing rapidly, turning into dust. When the earth that was tens of thousands of miles deep collapsed, the magma hidden in the depths of the earth was like a red flood that left Planet Heaven Punisher and flew into the gravitational circle. The Heaven Punishers living in that area left Planet Heaven Punisher uncontrollably and flew into the gravitational circle. Of course, only a minority of those who flew into the gravitational circle in perfect condition. 99% of the Heaven Punishers had been torn to shreds by the terrifying gravity when they left Planet Heaven Punisher. A terrifying disaster had arrived. Moreover, the disaster was spreading the disaster. Mountains, one after another, cities, and cities and tribes, one, and one after another. A kingdom was destroyed, a kingdom was destroyed, 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 destroyed. A's. And, in, and Tian, Shu, and Tian, had in a way. Yun Shuiyen and Tian Shu were burning with impatience, their eyes bulging with anger. The two of them glanced at planet Heaven Fa, which was being swallowed by the gravitational sphere, and then raised their heads to look at the divine light and lightning in the void. They felt even more anxious. Hurry up. Almighty God. I beg you to hurry up. The two of them could do nothing but pray devoutly. On the other side, Ji Tianqing stood in the void and watched all of this without any expression. He was calm. He was just waiting for the result. Originally, planet Heaven Punisher flew to the edge of the gravitational circle due to inertia and slowed down by 30%. Now that it's being pulled by the gravitational force, planet Heaven Punisher's speed is increasing and has recovered to its original speed. The more it enters the gravitational circle, the faster it will go. Based on the current situation, the entire planet Heaven Punisher will be swallowed in 10 to 12 hours at most. Ji Tianqing's plan would be completed in a few more hours. However, at that moment, he suddenly caught a glimpse of dazzling golden light and lightning flashing in the void to his left. Ji Tianqing was startled. He frowned and observed. He soon saw the clue and sensed the majestic and mighty divine might. Immediately, his expression became serious, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Such earth-shattering divine might far surpasses that of a heavenly god or even a godly lord. Only a godly king from the upper realm can do that. Damn it! The backer of the Heaven Punisher wants to interfere. In a short while, Ji Tianqing guessed the answer. He stared at the golden light and lightning without blinking. He thought to himself, it must be Yun Shuiyen and Tian Shu. They sensed that planet Heaven Punisher was about to be destroyed, so they used some method to contact their backer. The godly kings from the upper realm spent thousands of years in painstaking efforts to nurture the Heaven Punisher to its current scale. How could they let planet Heaven Punisher be destroyed? It was reasonable for the backer of the Heaven Punisher to save planet Heaven Punisher. Ji Tianqing was not surprised. He had even considered this problem a long time ago. However, he had always thought that under the heavenly Tao, the divine world and the mortal world were separated. Even a godly king from the upper realm could not interfere with the affairs of the mortal world. Just like back then, he was a peak godly king, but he could not interfere with the affairs of the five elements world. Now, the situation had become very special. The backer of the Heaven Punisher wanted to break the barrier between the two worlds and forcefully save planet Heaven Punisher. Ji Tianqing looked deeply at the golden light and lightning. He said in a low voice, I want to see which godly king is the backer of the Heaven Punisher. How dare they ignore the heavenly Tao's rules and attempt to break the passage between the two worlds and forcefully interfere with the affairs of the mortal world? Will they succeed? Are they not afraid of being punished by the heavenly Tao? Ji Tianqing's heart tightened. He stared at the void and waited for the result. If that godly king from the upper realm really broke the passage between the two worlds and saved planet Heaven Punisher, if that was the case, then he had reason to believe that the god realm had undergone an earth-shattering change. His previous views and knowledge were about to be overturned and refreshed. After a long wait, another 30 minutes passed. Planet Heaven Punisher had been devoured by 1/20th of planet Heaven Punisher. Endless dust, gravel, and dregs, mixed with water and lava, gushed out of planet Heaven Punisher and poured into the gravitational sphere. The ground was still cracking, the sky was still collapsing, and the mountains and rivers were quickly disappearing. Planet Heaven Punisher was gradually being destroyed. At this moment, a loud noise that reverberated through the universe suddenly exploded in the void. Kaboom! Yun Shuiyen and Tian Shu held their breaths when they heard the earth-shattering explosion. Their eyes widened in joy. On the other hand, Ji Tianqing's brows were tightly knitted as a trace of shock flashed through his eyes. Because, the sacred golden light and lightning tore a huge gap in the void in the distance. The gap was 10,000 miles long and 5,000 miles wide. Endless golden light and lightning filled the gap, preventing it from closing. The passage between the divine world and the mortal world had finally been opened. Chapter 27:35. Yun Shuiyen and Tian Shu felt their blood boil as they witnessed the tear in the void. As expected of the supreme godly king, he can ignore the heavenly laws and forcefully open a passage between the two worlds. Such means and power can affect the heavenly laws. This is unheard of. My son has such a powerful and heaven-defying master. Why should he worry about not reaching the peak of the divine path in the future? Yun Shuiyen was shocked and couldn't help but exclaim. Tian Shu was also shocked, his blood boiling in his chest. He cheered in a choked voice, "Mother, the godly king really did it." This time, not only did he send down divine light, but he also opened a passage between the two worlds. This is the first time in recorded history. No godly king has ever accomplished such a heaven-defying feat. Yun Shuiyen nodded slightly and exhorted, with such means, he's probably a first-rate overlord among the many godly kings in the god realm. Tian Shu, to be favored by the godly king is the greatest blessing in your life. You must cherish it. When you ascend to the god realm in the future, you must follow your master and serve him like a father. There was a subtle change in Tian Shu's expression as he muttered to himself, "Father died not long ago, and mother said this. Could it be that father isn't the most important person in her heart?" Although Tian Shu felt a little awkward. But he also understood that his empress mother wanted him to hug the big tree that was his Shizuan. He quickly put the matter aside and looked expectantly at the gap. He asked, "Mother, since the godly king opened the passage between the two worlds, will he descend soon?" As long as he descends to planet heaven, all disasters will be eliminated. Ji Tianqing and his accomplices will also be easily killed by the godly king. Yun Shuiyen thought for a moment, then shook her head and explained, "Tian Shu, things aren't as simple as you think. The godly king must have used all his strength to open the passage. How could he descend to the mortal world? At least, the godly king's true body can't come to the mortal world. My guess is that the godly king would at most send down a projection of his avatar. That would be fortunate." Tian Shu was a little disappointed and asked, "Even if it's just a projection of His Majesty's avatar, he can still destroy stars with a flick of his finger. Killing Ji Tianqing and the others would be a piece of cake. Moreover, His Majesty the Divine King can't descend into the mortal realm, but he can send the divine monarchs and heavenly gods under his command to help us." Yun Shuiyen shook her head again and said with a wry smile, "Silly child. If even His Excellency the godly king cannot descend, what qualifications do those godly monarchs and heavenly gods have to descend?" "All right." Tian Shu was a little disappointed. He nodded and mumbled to himself, "I hope Master's clone is strong enough to save Heaven Fa Star." Meanwhile, Ji Tianqing also witnessed the emergence of the passageway between the two worlds. His expression became extremely gloomy, and his heart was filled with shock. "In the end, I underestimated the Heaven Punisher race's backer. He's even stronger than me in the past." He decisively went against the will of the heavenly Tao and broke through the passage between the two worlds. Such means had long surpassed peak divine kings and already came into contact with heavenly Tao rules. Who was it? What on earth did those god kings experience in the 1,000 years after my death? Ji Tianqing's emotions were very complicated. At that moment, he recalled what Yun Yao had said to him not long ago. Yun Yao had told him that she had a bad premonition and could even see the future. The upper realm's gods had interfered, and everyone's ending was miserable. At that time, Ji Tianqing did not believe it. However, now that it had happened, he had no choice but to believe it. When he thought of this, he could not help but sigh. Times have changed. The current world is no longer the same as it was in the past. I should have known that the Heaven Punisher race's backer could avoid the heavenly tribulation and influence and destroy heavenly Tao rules. Now, it's reasonable that they can open the passage between the two worlds. I just don't know which godly king will descend after the passage is opened. Or will he send a clone projection? Ji Tianqing was very clear about the godly king's divine powers and methods. He was not worried that the godly king would send a large group of heavenly gods or godly monarchs to descend. Because that was simply impossible. Even the godly king's true body could not descend to the mortal world. Even so, Ji Tianqing still had to prepare in advance. If the godly king sends a clone, with my current strength, I'm definitely no match for him. Even if he saves planet Heaven Punisher, there's nothing I can do. I can only leave this place first. Of course, Ji Tianqing was not in a hurry to leave. He still wanted to see what the godly king was going to do. How was he going to save planet Heaven Punisher? It would not be too late for him to leave this place after everything was over. Planet Heaven Punisher flew faster and faster. 1/10 of the area had already entered the gravitational circle. The sky and earth in that area had collapsed, turning into endless debris and dust that was swallowed up by the gravitational circle. A huge gap appeared in the huge planet Heaven Punisher. Monstrous magma and fire gushed out of the gap, burning all living things. The core of planet Heaven Punisher was also pulled by the violent gravitational force, becoming extremely irritable and unstable. Countless cracks appeared on the surface of the planet, and the remaining 3 continents kept collapsing. Under such a terrifying disaster, ordinary Heaven Punishers had no chance of survival. Large numbers of them died. Only a few martial gods were able to escape from planet Heaven Punisher. It seemed that the continents on planet Heaven Punisher were unstable and would soon fall apart. At this moment, the huge gap in the void suddenly lit up with an incomparably dazzling golden light. Roar! An angry roar that reverberated through the universe and shook the heavens suddenly came from the passageway between the two worlds. Then, a huge golden palm that covered the sky and covered the sun stretched out from the passageway. The huge golden palm streaked across the void at the speed of light and pressed down on planet Heaven Punisher in the blink of an eye. That's right. It was pressing, not slapping. The huge golden palm pressed down on planet Heaven Punisher's gap and unleashed a godly might that covered half of the planet. It also pushed planet Heaven Punisher out of the gravitational circle. Bam! Following a muffled explosion, golden light fragments burst out of the giant golden palm, filling the sky with golden light fragments. The gap in the Heaven Punishing Star also exploded into thousands of ravines that spread in all directions. What shocked everyone even more was that planet Heaven Punisher, which had been flying at a high speed, suddenly slowed down. The Heaven FA star pushed the giant golden palm forward for 3 million miles before slowly coming to a stop. No matter how the black hole pulled, planet Heaven Punisher trembled. It was blocked by the huge golden palm and was unwilling to move forward. 2 short breaths later, a dignified, cold shout came from the passageway between the two worlds again, shaking the universe. The huge golden palm once again unleashed its godly might and pushed planet Heaven Punisher out of the gravitational circle. Chapter 2736. The Heaven Destroyer planet was stopped by the godly king's palm. Then, the godly king's palm pushed it back, gradually leaving the gravitational circle. This process caused a great impact on the Heaven Destroyer planet. Due to the inertia, the 3 seas of the Heaven Destroyer planet stirred up destructive waves and tsunamis. At least tens of millions of miles of land were submerged by the waves and tsunamis. Under the crumbling earth, endless lava was being squeezed out and splashed out, filling the sky. As a result, the surviving 20 billion heaven destroyers on the 3 continents were quickly reduced by a third. However, Yun Shuiyan and Tian Shu could accept this loss. After all, the heaven destroyer planet was saved, and more than 10 billion people were still alive. This was already a blessing in disguise. Half an hour later, the heaven destroyer planet was pushed out of the gravitational circle by the godly king's palm and flew back 30 million miles. It was only now that the resplendent golden god king's palm dissipated. The heaven destroyer planet was safe for the time being. However, the disaster on the planet was not over yet, and the towering waves had yet to dissipate. The 10 billion survivors were still in extreme chaos and panic. They were running for their lives. Phew, we've finally saved it. On the Black Dragon warship, Yun Shuiyan and Tian Shu both heaved a sigh of relief. The heavy burden in their hearts had finally been lifted. Tian Shu's eyes lit up as he looked expectantly at the passage between the 2 worlds. He waved his fists and said, "The heaven destroyer planet has been saved. Will the godly king appear next?" Yun Shuiyan was taken aback. She frowned and said, "The heaven destroyer planet has been saved. Ji Tianqing and his accomplices are nowhere to be seen. The godly king may not appear." Tian Shu refused to believe it. He braced himself and retorted, "Mother, although we don't know where Ji Tianqing is hiding, the godly king is omnipotent. He must know where Ji Tianqing is hiding and will find him and kill him." Yun Shuiyan only nodded slightly and did not say anything. After all, she and Tian Shu could not guess the godly king's thoughts. There was no point in discussing it. In less than 10 breaths of time, the huge passage between the 2 worlds lit up with a sacred golden light again. Swoosh! Following the emergence of the golden light, a golden figure flew out from the passageway and hovered in the air. It was an unimaginably majestic phantom of a god, which was tens of thousands of miles tall. His appearance was similar to that of a human, with extremely muscular limbs and a muscular body. The size of its head was still relatively balanced, and it was very similar to a human's. However, he had 3 eyes and a huge red eyeball on his forehead. Other than that, he also had 6 large golden wings on his back, the lines of which were smooth and gorgeous. This was the appearance of a true deity. However, he was only an illusory figure condensed from golden light. It was the avatar projection that Yun Shuiyan had mentioned. Tian Shu's eyes widened when he saw the god spirit's shadow appear. He was overjoyed. "Ha ha ha! I knew that His Majesty would appear." Yun Shuiyan revealed a gratified smile as she nodded repeatedly. "It looks like His Majesty places great importance on this matter." Indeed, he sent a projection of his avatar. Tian Shu's mind was filled with fantasies as he said with great anticipation, "His Majesty must have discovered Ji Tianqing and wants to kill this culprit. When His Majesty has dealt with Ji Tianqing, I will kneel to him and thank him in person. I will call him Master. When that time comes, Master will be so happy that he might even reward me with a supreme divine ability." Thinking of this, Tian Shu's blood surged, and all the anger and resentment in his heart were swept away. Yun Shuiyan only quietly looked at the god spirit's shadow and did not break Tian Shu's fantasy. When the god king's palm pushed the heaven destroyer star out of the gravitational sphere, Ji Tianqing knew that the black hole plan had failed. He secretly shook his head and prepared to leave. Although he was a little disappointed, the heaven destroyer star had suffered heavy casualties and greatly damaged its vitality. In the short term, the heaven destroyer star could not even take care of itself and would most likely not invade other star regions. He planned to leave quietly and wait for the storm to subside before dealing with the heaven destroyer star. The plan failed because of the intervention of the God King from the upper realm. I don't believe that the God King from the upper realm will keep an eye on the heaven destroyer star. If the heaven destroyer star lives for a few more years, I will have other methods to destroy them. With this thought in mind, Ji Tianqing stepped into the void, turned around, and flew into the distance. However, at this moment, golden light surged out of the huge passage between the two worlds, and a 10,000-mile-tall god spirit's shadow appeared. Ji Tianqing immediately stopped flying and turned his head to look at the god spirit's shadow. He wanted to see which god king was backing the Heaven Destroyer star. 1,000 years ago, he had dominated the god realm's 100 regions and was famous throughout the world. He knew or had heard of at least half of the god kings. Therefore, he was confident that he could recognize which god king was backing the Heaven Destroyer star. However, when he saw the god spirit's shadow clearly, he frowned. Its appearance is 80% similar to a human's, with divine eyes on its forehead and 6 wings on its back. This guy, among those great divine kings, none of them have this kind of appearance. Ji Tianqing frowned and thought for a while. Suddenly, he smiled bitterly. This doppelganger projection is too common. Any god lord or god king could have a doppelganger projection like this. In the god realm, once one reached the god lord realm, one could create a doppelganger projection and travel freely in the god realm. Some god lords and god kings did not like to cultivate doppelganger superpowers, so they would not waste time on doppelganger techniques. The doppelganger projections that these experts created were mostly ordinary and very common. Naturally, the doppelganger projections did not have any special abilities or techniques. Only a small number of god lords and god kings were passionate about researching doppelganger techniques and would spend their time and energy. When these experts used doppelganger techniques, not only could they create tens of thousands of doppelgangers, but the doppelgangers' appearances were also very strange. Their doppelgangers even had all kinds of special abilities and effects. Ji Tianqing had researched doppelganger techniques in the past. He could create 9 doppelgangers instantly and use sword principle superpowers at the same time. The 9 doppelgangers were of different sizes. Some had 3 heads and 6 arms, some were 10,000 miles tall, and some were like dragons or phoenixes. They all had different abilities. So, when Ji Tianqing saw the doppelganger projection in the void, he was unable to determine which god king's doppelganger it belonged to. Unless he had the ability of a god lord or above, he would be able to see through the doppelganger projection. He still had to familiarize himself with the aura of many god kings' godheads before he could determine the doppelganger's owner based on the aura of the doppelganger. However, it was a pity that he had not even reached the heaven god realm. Naturally, he would not be able to recognize which god king was the doppelganger projection's owner. Forget it. It won't be too late to investigate this matter after I ascend to the god realm. Ji Tianqing shook his head and put away all the distracting thoughts in his head. He turned around and flew deep into the void. However, at this moment, the doppelganger projection that was 10,000 miles tall and had 6 wings on its back suddenly flapped its wings and flew towards Ji Tianqing as fast as the aurora. Chapter 2737. The Avatar came from the celestial world. After descending into the void, he had been searching for something. His eyes were bright, especially the 3rd crimson eyeball on his forehead. It glowed with a dark crimson light. His gaze enveloped the void, sweeping across 1,000,000 miles with a single glance. He could see through all illusions and disguises. In less than a minute, he had searched a radius of 100 million miles. It was also at this moment that he finally saw Ji Tianqing, who was flying 60 million miles away. Swoosh! Instantly, the Avatar's 3rd eyeball emitted an even more blinding red light. Without any hesitation, the Avatar immediately traversed the void and pounced towards Ji Tianqing. He was extremely fast, like an aurora streaking across the sky. In a second, he traversed a distance of 1,000,000 miles. The next moment, his body shimmered with golden light as he traversed another 1,000,000 miles with a single step. This speed was hundreds of times faster than Ji Tianqing, Yun Shuiyan, and Dubhe's teleporting. This was the might of a godly monarch's avatar. Furthermore, the avatar only had 10% of his strength in the celestial world. After descending into the mortal world, the avatar's strength was suppressed by the heavenly Tao laws. It was only 1/100th of the godly monarch's strength. Even so, he was still incomparably terrifying and exceeded the imagination of mortals. Yun Shuiyan and Dubhe stood on the Black Dragon battleship. When they saw this scene, they immediately revealed looks of shock and confusion. Heavens! Lord God King's avatar actually had such a terrifying divine ability. He can teleport 1,000,000 miles in a second. How terrifying is that? Dubhe was shocked and excited. His eyes flickered with fanatical worship. Yun Shuiyan was relatively calm as she explained calmly, His Majesty's avatar only has 10 to 20% of his strength. After descending into the mortal world, his strength will be suppressed by the heavenly Tao laws. He will be extremely weak. In the celestial world, the godly monarch can teleport close to 100 million miles in a second. He can traverse an entire region in 2 hours. Heavens! Dubhe exclaimed once again. The worship on his face intensified. Yun Shuiyan stared intently at the godly monarch's avatar. She watched as he streaked through the void towards the east. She frowned and pondered for a moment. Then, she suddenly guessed something and her eyes lit up. Dubhe, hurry up and steer the Black Dragon warship. Let's chase after them and take a look. Ah! Tian Shu was taken aback and asked uncertainly, with our speed, how can we possibly catch up to the Divine King's clone? As Yun Shuiyan pulled him back to the battleship, she explained, the godly monarch's avatar flew east as though he was chasing something. Clearly, something happened. Mother guesses that the Divine King's clone must have discovered Ji Tianqing's whereabouts. When Tian Shu heard this, he was so excited that his blood was boiling. He secretly clenched his fist and said, just as I expected. That's great. Mother, let's hurry over right now. I want to see Ji Tianqing being killed by the Divine King's clone with my own eyes. After that, Sky Pivot entered the ship without hesitation and steered the ship toward the east. Ji Tianqing was speeding through the void. After flying for tens of thousands of miles, he realized that the situation was not good. A faintly discernible dangerous aura came from the void in the distance, lingering around his body. He felt a chill run down his spine as he subconsciously turned back to look. He saw the Divine King's clone chasing after him at an extremely terrifying speed. Damn it! That's just a clone. How can it have such a powerful divine will? I'm about 60 million miles away from him. How can he discover me? Ji Tianqing knew very well that the range of a peak Divine King's divine will was the distance he could teleport within 3 breaths. It was about 150 million miles. The Divine King's clone in the void had less than 10% of the Divine King's actual strength. The clone's divine will's range did not exceed 15 million miles at most. It was precisely because of this that he was extremely safe when he was 60 million miles away from the Divine King's clone. However, he never expected that the Divine King's clone would still discover him. Damn it! I really can't use common sense to estimate the Heaven Punisher race's backer. How could that doppelganger's divine sense detect me? Could it be that the third divine eye on his forehead has a special effect? It must be so. Just as these thoughts flashed through Ji Tianqing's mind, the distance between the two of them was shortened by another few million miles. Ji Tianqing estimated that even if he fled with all his might, he would be caught in 100 breaths at most. Whether it was flying at full speed or teleporting, it would be useless. Moreover, that Divine King's clone's strength clearly surpassed the Heaven God realm. Ji Tianqing felt even more pressure. He knew that he was no match for that Divine King's clone and could only think of other ways. However, no matter how he thought about it, other than the Heavenly Star Shuttle, there was no other way to escape. It looks like I can only use the Heavenly Star Shuttle and jump to the nearest star to escape the Divine King's clone's pursuit. Thinking of this, he took out the Heavenly Star Shuttle from his interspatial ring and held it in his hand. He turned back to look at the void. That Divine King's clone was still chasing after him. It was only 40 million miles away. Ji Tianqing gritted his teeth and prepared to activate the Heavenly Star Shuttle. However, at this moment, he thought of another problem. Right, I don't recognize which Divine King that clone belongs to. However, many Divine Kings in the upper realm recognize me. The current Ji Tianqing was exactly the same as Kenshin back then. Regardless of appearance, figure, gaze, or temperament, they were all carved from the same mold. Moreover, after Ji Tianqing fused with the Divine King's blood left behind back then, even his aura was 80% similar to Kenshin's. One did not need to think with their toes to know that that Divine King's clone was very powerful and definitely possessed remarkable abilities. If he recognized his identity, it would definitely not be a good thing. Therefore, Ji Tianqing hurriedly executed the celestial dragon tyrant body and turned into a 10,000 feet tall golden giant. This way, his outer appearance was like that of the dragon human race and had nothing to do with Kenshin at all. Moreover, his divine power also changed and possessed a strong dragon aura. This move was indeed effective. 40 million miles away, the Divine King's clone's 3 eyes were fixed on Ji Tianqing the whole time. Suddenly seeing Ji Tianqing transform, the Divine King's clone was also stunned for a moment. A look of surprise flashed across his eyes. Dragon body. Divine dragon aura. Why would the dragon human race of the dragon realm appear in the mortal world? The Divine King's clone muttered to himself, full of doubts. Of course, he was speaking the language of the divine world, which was ancient and obscure. If I'm still recognized by that Divine King's clone even after I've transformed into this, then it's considered my fate. After the transformation ended, Ji Tianqing muttered and channeled his majestic divine power into the Heavenly Star Shuttle. Instantly, the Heavenly Star Shuttle released a dazzling starlight that enveloped Ji Tianqing's body. Swoosh! In the next instant, he disappeared from the void. The Heavenly Star Shuttle formed a mysterious connection with the nearest star and brought him through space, directly appearing on that star. Swoosh! With a flash of starlight, Ji Tianqing left the void and appeared on the star. However, when he saw the scene around him clearly, his expression changed, and he did not know whether to laugh or cry. This. Why am I back again? Chapter 2738. Ji Tianqing had only used the Heavenly Star Shuttle twice. Based on the previous 2 experiences, he roughly understood the function of the Heavenly Star Shuttle. It was to bring him across space and teleport him to the nearest star. In the vast void, this Heavenly Star Shuttle was indeed the best escape tool. Ji Tianqing thought that the Heavenly Star Shuttle should have teleported him to a barren star hundreds of millions of miles away. At that time, even if the Divine King's clone desperately chased after him, he would still have a chance to escape. But he never thought that the heavens would play a joke on him. The Heavenly Star Shuttle actually sent him back to planet Heaven. All around him was shattered earth, behind him were collapsed mountains, and in the distance were surging waves. Red lava was spewing out from the cracks in the earth under his feet. Such a harsh environment was like the end of the world. Where else could this be but planet Heaven? Motherf ****. It really teleported me to the nearest star. Even Ji Tianqing, who had always been calm and collected, could not help but curse. Moreover, he emphasized the words nearest as if he was angry and helpless. Just now, he was only a few million miles away from planet Heaven in the void. The nearest star to him was indeed planet Heaven. There was nothing wrong with it. Ji Tianqing had a headache, but there was nothing he could do. After all, the Heavenly Star Shuttle was not a Heavenly Star Shuttle that he had refined, and he had only used it twice. Strictly speaking, he did not know much about the Heavenly Star Shuttle. It was reasonable for such a blunder to occur. Fortunately, Ji Tianqing had temporarily escaped the pursuit of the Divine King's clone. But he did not dare to slack off. He hurriedly dived underground and flew in the opposite direction. He could not stay on planet Heaven. Sooner or later, he would be found by the Divine King's clone. The most important thing now was to escape from the other side of planet Heaven as soon as possible. After diving underground, Ji Tianqing used the power of the realm and instantly teleported millions of miles away, traveling rapidly underground. Unfortunately, he had only refined 40% of the power of the realm. If it was like the Five Elements realm, he could completely control it. Or, if he was in the core of the world, he could use the power of the world to directly move to the westernmost point of planet Heaven Fa. In that case, he would be 700 million miles away from the godly monarch's clone. No matter what, it was impossible for the Divine King's clone to catch up to him. The God King's avatar was speeding through the void, rapidly closing in on Ji Tianqing. However, he did not expect that Ji Tianqing would disappear into thin air. The sudden turn of events startled him, causing him to stop in midair. He frowned and scanned the surrounding tens of millions of miles, but didn't see Ji Tianqing. This caused him to reveal a puzzled and surprised expression as he muttered to himself, "This person actually disappeared into thin air. Could it be that he had used a spatial artifact to escape? No. How could a divine artifact from the mortal world teleport 60 million miles? That kid is most likely hiding. Wait for this emperor to search, and I'll definitely be able to drag him out." After saying this, the third eye on the God King avatar's forehead began to emit a dazzling red light as it began to search the void. In just a short while, his divine eye had already searched 60 million miles. The result made him even more surprised. Ji Tianqing had actually disappeared completely. Damn it, that kid actually escaped from under my nose. Impossible. He must be hiding somewhere. The God King's avatar muttered to himself as he scanned the surroundings with a sharp gaze. Suddenly, his gaze landed on the Heaven Punisher planet that was quietly floating a few million miles away from his feet. He had already searched the surrounding 60 million miles, but he had overlooked the Heaven Punisher planet. The God King's avatar raised his eyebrows and suddenly had a thought. The most dangerous place is the safest place. No one would believe that the kid would escape back to the Heaven Punisher planet, right? When he thought of this, the God King's avatar sneered as he turned around and flew back to the Heaven Punisher planet. Swoosh! In just a few breaths' time, he had only taken 6 steps and stepped into the Heaven Punisher planet. Then, the God King's avatar stood high in the sky and released thousands of strands of divine consciousness that merged with heaven and earth. A God King elite had unbelievable power and divine abilities. He could see through the mysteries of an entire planet in just a few breaths' time. Although the God King's avatar only had 1% of the original body's power, he had supreme divine abilities. It was very easy for him to see through the mysteries of the Heaven Punisher planet. In just 5 breaths' time, the God King's avatar sensed a strong dragon tribe aura in a certain area on the continent east of the Heaven Punisher planet. I guessed right. That cunning little bastard really escaped back to the Heaven Punisher planet. Swoosh! He used his divine ability without hesitation and instantly teleported 90 million miles away. The power of the mortal world is simply too weak and thin. My avatar has only 1% of the original body's power, but it can still teleport close to 100 million miles away. Ha ha ha. That damn dragon human brat, I'd like to see how you're going to escape from me. The God King's avatar sneered. In just a few breaths' time, he had teleported to the target area. He appeared on a shattered piece of land. Behind him was a mountain range that had turned into ruins, and in front of him was a chaotic sea. The God King's avatar stood on the spot and released his divine consciousness to investigate carefully for 10 breaths' time. Then, his divine consciousness found that there was a large amount of divine dragon aura underground that formed a straight line to the west. This kid is not stupid. He guessed that I would track him here, so he went to the west of the Heaven Punisher planet. But so what? He will still die in the end. The God King's avatar sneered. He used his teleportation divine ability again and chased after him 90 million miles away. As time passed, the distance between the two of them quickly shortened. After 100 breaths' time, the distance between the God King's avatar and Ji Tianqing had shortened to 8 million miles. At this moment, the God King's avatar's divine consciousness had already locked onto Ji Tianqing. His appearance, temperament, and divine power were all memorized by the God King's avatar. As long as Ji Tianqing was still on the Heaven Punisher planet, the God King's avatar would be able to catch up to him no matter where he went. No matter where he hid, the God King's avatar would be able to find him. Ji Tianqing also sensed danger approaching and sensed the God King's avatar's aura. His face became gloomy and he was a little anxious as he thought about how to get rid of the God King's avatar. On the other side, in the void, Yun Shuiyan and Tian Shu were steering the Black Dragon battleship and wanted to follow the God King's avatar to check out the situation. Seeing the God King's avatar turn around and fly back to the Heaven Punisher planet, the mother and son were confused and quickly turned around. At the same time, in the void 100 million miles away from the Heaven Punisher planet, a black battleship was silently approaching. It was the Tianqing battleship. Bai Long was steering the battleship at full speed. Yun Yao, Ji Ku, Ji Wuhan and Ji Wushuang had already put on their Origin Stone divine armors and took out their Origin Stone divine weapons. Xian Yu, Black Dragon, Azure Li and Lan Kuan, the 4 divine beasts, were also rubbing their palms and looking eager. End of this chapter. Chapter 2739. A quarter of an hour passed quickly. Ji Tianqing had already traveled 300 million miles underground and arrived at the center of the Heaven Punisher planet. At this moment, he was traveling through the dark rock layers 10,000 miles underground. Unfortunately, the God King's clone had already caught up. He was 30,000 miles behind him. This distance was already very close to the God King's clone. "Aunt, I have arrived in the mortal world. Why don't you stop and accept your death?" The God King's clone glared at Ji Tianqing and roared in a dignified tone. Even though he was speaking in the common language of the God realm, Ji Tianqing could understand him. He immediately frowned and thought to himself, Which God King in the God realm would dare to call himself that? This person is really arrogant and conceited. In the God realm, true gods and heavenly gods often referred to themselves as I. Divine lords referred to themselves as I or while God kings referred to themselves as I or I. Ji Tianqing had been in the God realm for hundreds of years, but he had never heard the term I. However, he pretended not to hear the God King's clone's angry shout and increased his speed to escape. The God King's clone's eyes were cold and indifferent. He looked at Ji Tianqing as if he was looking at a dead man. "Ignorant ant, go to hell." This time, he spoke in the language of the Heaven Punisher tribe so that Ji Tianqing could understand him. As he finished speaking, he suddenly raised his right hand and grabbed at Ji Tianqing. Boom! Suddenly, the rock layers and soil around Ji Tianqing condensed into an extremely hard wall and pressed down on him. Lava shot out from the depths of the ground under his feet and was about to swallow him up. The God King's clone had already mastered all kinds of divine Tao laws. He could control heaven and earth with a raise of his hand. On this planet, he was an omnipotent god. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion erupted from underground. The rocks, mud, and magma within 30,000 miles collided with one another, drowning Ji Tianqing's figure in it. The terrifying force of the collision turned the ground within a radius of 30,000 miles into dust. A destructive shockwave erupted from the ground, turning the area within a radius of 100,000 miles into a vacuum. The God King's avatar believed that this casual move of his could instantly kill Ji Tianqing. However, his divine telekinesis detected that the terrifying magma, mud, and rock did not harm Ji Tianqing at all. Ji Tianqing was like a transparent phantom, allowing the magma and mud to pass through his body without any delay. Amidst the earth-shattering explosions, he used the power of the world to teleport another 6 million kilometers. The godly king's avatar's divine sense had always covered the surrounding tens of millions of miles. Of course he could see that Ji Tianqing had escaped unharmed, appearing in the depths of the underground 6 million li away. This result caused him to furrow his brows and reveal an expression of disbelief. Such an ant actually managed to dodge my attack. Did he master the laws of Earth? No wonder he can travel freely underground and ignore my attack. A mere true god can also master the laws of Earth and control the power of the Heaven Punisher planet. This kid is quite capable. No wonder he can force the Heaven Punisher race to such an extent. The God King's avatar thought for a moment and understood the reason. He was quite shocked. Even his chosen representative in the mortal world, the Heaven Punisher Great Emperor, did not have this ability. The God King's avatar teleported again and crossed more than 6 million li in one step to block Ji Tianqing's path. Take this! The God King's avatar roared angrily. He suddenly raised his palms and smacked down on Ji Tianqing's head. Instantly, a pair of enormous golden palms covered the sky and engulfed Ji Tianqing's figure. Under the divine golden light, everything within a radius of tens of thousands of miles was sealed. The space also froze like ice. Even if Ji Tianqing wanted to teleport away, he could not. At this critical moment, he could only cast a spell to block. Lawful embodiment of heaven and earth. Ji Tianqing roared and immediately used the laws of Earth. He absorbed the divine power within hundreds of thousands of miles to form a giant dark yellow shield to protect himself. Boom! Crack! In the next instant, the two enormous palms smashed down and hit him. Following an earth-shattering explosion, the dark yellow shield was smashed into pieces on the spot, splashing out countless fragments. Ji Tianqing was also smashed deep into the ground. He was trapped in a torrent of lava tens of thousands of miles underground. The violent shockwave turned everything within 100,000 li to dust, creating a giant underground hole. The ground also shook violently as if there was a super earthquake. Ji Tianqing had used all his strength to block the God King's avatar's attack. However, the God King's avatar was too powerful. It was more than 20 times more powerful than him. In the end, he was still injured. His internal organs were damaged, and his divine power was in chaos. Cough, cough, he coughed violently, and golden divine blood flowed out of his mouth and nose. His face was slightly pale. He hurriedly circulated his energy to suppress his injuries. Fortunately, he maintained the heavenly dragon tyrant body state. His defensive power was very strong. Otherwise, that move just now could have seriously injured him. The God King's avatar originally thought that the battle was over. But when he scanned with his divine will, he discovered that Ji Tianqing only suffered some light injuries. He immediately frowned. His third eyeball flashed with red light. Her. This emperor really misjudged. This mixed-blood bastard is only a half-step celestial deity, but he has strength comparable to a level 5 celestial deity. He was a rare genius that no one had ever seen before in this world. In comparison, Tian Shu, that punk, is too inferior. At this moment, the God King's avatar suddenly had a different thought. He could not quite bear to kill Ji Tianqing. He was invincible in the divine world and had seen countless breathtaking geniuses. But someone like Ji Tianqing, living in the lowly mortal world and not dying after taking 2 of his moves with the body of an ant, was one of a kind. The God King's avatar dared to conclude that in the trichiliocosm, this dragon-human punk before him was absolutely the most monstrous genius. Even in the divine world where geniuses were as common as clouds, he was also one of the top geniuses. His future achievements were limitless. If not for this punk going against this emperor would have taken him in as a disciple. The God King's avatar muttered to himself. Once again, he waved his palm and fired out a divine golden light toward Ji Tianqing. This time, he still held back like before and did not use his full strength. He was not in a hurry to kill Ji Tianqing. Instead, he wanted to see what other moves Ji Tianqing had. 2 mountain-sized golden palms, condensed like metal and stone, slammed toward the sea of lava with unparalleled divine might. Ji Tianqing was in the sea of lava. He had just suppressed the injuries of his internal organs and was about to teleport away. Suddenly, he saw 2 giant palms slamming toward him. Without hesitation, he pulled out the Burial of Heaven and stabbed out with his strongest attack. Heaven-piercing sword. The Burial of Heaven instantly swelled to 10,000 feet long, emitting a dazzling golden divine light as it pierced toward the 2 giant palms. Boom! Crack! In the next instant, the sword light and the giant palms collided fiercely. An earth-shattering boom erupted, spreading across a radius of 100,000 miles. The golden palms and sword light collapsed at the same time, bursting out millions of golden light fragments, blasting a huge pit of 100,000 miles in the sea of lava. Chapter 2740. A loud noise shook the heavens, and crimson lava splashed everywhere. The depths of the earth were in chaos, and a terrifying earthquake was also triggered on the surface. Ji Tianqing was once again sent flying backward, crashing into the sea of lava with a rumble. The injuries to his internal organs had just been suppressed, and he was severely injured again. He couldn't help but spit out 2 mouthfuls of golden divine blood, and he panted violently. Seeing that the Divine King's clone was about to attack again, he had no time to circulate his energy to suppress his injuries. He could only absorb the life-saving divine light of the heaven-mending pearl. Swoosh! The dense white light entered his internal organs, and he immediately recovered to his original state. When the Divine King's clone raised his fists and blasted out 2 mountain-sized fist lights, he didn't hesitate to control the power of the world and leave the ground. Swoosh! With a flash of light, he flew to a height of 90,000 miles in the sky. Deep underground, the 2 destructive fist lights brazenly blasted into the sea of lava, and a deafening loud noise erupted. A huge pit was blasted out of the sea of lava, and the surrounding rock layers also collapsed one after another. The Divine King's clone's attack missed, and the corners of his mouth curled into a playful sneer, and he said, "Haha, interesting." In the next instant, he also teleported to a height of 90,000 miles in the sky, and once again swung his palm at Ji Tianqing. 2 huge golden light blades, as if splitting heaven and earth, attacked Ji Tianqing. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth within a radius of 100,000 miles was sucked dry. The space in this area was also confined. Ji Tianqing's aura was locked onto by the light blades, and he couldn't dodge or teleport away. Even if he used the power of the world, it was useless. The Divine King's clone's methods were so powerful, and it was already within his expectations, so he didn't find it strange at all. At the critical moment, he could only grit his teeth and resist, casting a technique to resist. Sword of Life. He used all his strength, and swung the Sword of Burial of Heaven, and stabbed out with his strongest sword. The sword light, which seemed to fly from the sky, carried a majestic and mighty divine might, and instantly slashed the two light blades. Boom! Crack! The golden light blade and sword light collapsed at the same time, and fragments scattered all over the sky. The violent shockwave sent Ji Tianqing flying thousands of miles away. His chest heaved up and down rapidly. The Divine King's clone did not move at all. He stared at Ji Tianqing with a strange light in his eyes. He thought to himself, this child's sword technique is quite interesting. It doesn't seem like it can be grasped by a true god. Could it be that this boy obtained some fortuitous encounter and learned the sword Tao of an ancient divine lord? With this thought in mind, he once again brandished his fists and legs, striking out with overwhelming fist radiance and leg shadows, attacking Ji Tianqing like a violent storm. 100,000 miles of heaven and earth were enveloped by the divine golden light. This time, the God King's avatar used 60% of his strength. He decided to put more pressure on Ji Tianqing and force him to reveal more of his trump cards. He was looking forward to what other surprises Ji Tianqing could bring him. The pressure on Ji Tianqing suddenly increased. He could only erupt with his strongest power and go all out to fight back. His left hand brandished his fist and palm, while his right hand brandished his sword and slashed repeatedly. At the same time, he displayed fist art, palm art, and sword Tao divine abilities, tangling with the God King's avatar. Furthermore, his footwork changed non-stop. His figure flashed and shifted high up in the sky, constantly dodging the fist radiance and leg shadows that filled the sky. Instantly, 100,000 miles of heaven and earth became chaotic. Following the collision of the two people's divine abilities, loud rumbling sounds lingered on incessantly. Apocalyptic divine power shockwaves also spread out like ripples. However, Ji Tianqing was ultimately not the God King's avatar's match and was completely suppressed. The two people had only exchanged several dozen moves when he was struck in the back by a fist radiance. He was sent flying out while vomiting blood. Before he could land on the ground, another shadow of a leg swept over and sent him flying 1,000 miles away. Even if he was in the heavenly dragon tyrant body state, the two people's strength disparity was too great. They were not on the same realm at all. In just these two moves, he was severely injured by the God King's avatar. His aura was clearly much weaker. Only this bit of ability? A little disappointing. The God King's avatar furrowed his brows, a hint of disappointment flashing across his eyes. But right at this moment, the heavily injured Ji Tianqing absorbed a ray of life-saving divine light. His injuries immediately recovered as good as new. He became full of energy again, manipulating the power of the world and blasting a punch at the God King's avatar, slashing out a heaven-splitting giant sword. Seeing this scene, the God King's avatar's eyes lit up, revealing a playful smile. Oh! Recovered from his injuries in a blink of an eye. This kid still has a trump card. Could it be that he also grasped the longevity path's divine abilities? In the vast divine world, 3,000 great Daos were passed down, evolving into thousands of divine abilities and mystic arts. The longevity path was one of the 3,000 great Daos. Deities who cultivated this great Tao paid the most attention to prolonging their lifespan, strengthening their divine bodies, and divine souls. At the same time, deities who cultivated this Tao tended to grasp many divine abilities and mystic arts that could heal injuries quickly. Several of the strongest people in the longevity path reached the God King realm and even had the heaven-defying effect of reviving the dead. Therefore, when the God King's avatar saw Ji Tianqing's transformation, he associated it with the longevity path. A mere ant from the mortal world is actually a dragon human. Not only did he grasp heavenly god-level laws, but he also cultivated the unfathomable sword Tao divine abilities and longevity path divine abilities. I really want to see if you're reincarnated from the upper realm, kid. The God King's avatar could not help but suspect that a monster like Ji Tianqing could not possibly be born in the mortal world. He was most likely the reincarnation of an upper realm expert. Since that was the case, all the more he had to investigate Ji Tianqing's background. Therefore, the God King's avatar used 70% of his strength. His body transformed into dozens of light shadows, pouncing toward Ji Tianqing. Swoosh! 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 Instantly, the sky was filled with his illusions. Thousands of fist lights, leg shadows, and sword lights also burst forth with supreme divine might, pouring down like a torrential rain. Ji Tianqing narrowed his eyes, his expression incomparably solemn. He could only block and retreat into the distance. Just as Ji Tianqing and the God King's avatar were fighting, the Black Dragon battleship had also returned to Planet Trader. Yun Shuiyan and Tian Shu could guess that there must be a reason for the God King's avatar to enter Planet Trader. However, they were weak and could not detect the God King's avatar's aura, nor did they know where he was. The mother and son discussed for a moment, then decided to return to the Emperor God Palace to stabilize the situation. At this moment, Tianqing's battleship arrived as scheduled and was about to enter Planet Trader. Inside the battleship, Yun Yao, Ji Ku, and the two children all had solemn expressions, revealing worried expressions. Ji Ku held the divine spear in his hand and said in a low voice, "Before Brother Tianqing carried out the plan, he asked us to stay in the Five Elements world and wait for his news. However, half a month has passed, and he has not returned, nor has he sent a message. Half an hour ago, I sent him a communication jade slip, but he hasn't replied yet. All signs indicate that he must have encountered some trouble, or even fallen into a predicament. We have to help him as soon as possible." Everyone nodded in unison to express their understanding. Yun Yao nodded slightly and said, "I have a trace of connection with Tianqing, and I can sense his aura. He should be on Planet Trader. However, Planet Trader is too big, and we don't have that much time to search. Therefore, we have to go directly to the Emperor God Palace of the Heaven Trader and find Yun Shuiyan and Tian Shu." Chapter 2741. Swoosh! Under Bai Long's control, the Tianqing battleship entered the planet of Heaven Killer at an extremely fast speed. Soon, the Tianqing battleship stopped 10,000 miles above the ground. Ji Ku flew out of the battleship in a flash and landed on the ground below. On the shattered ground, there was a city that had collapsed into ruins. Many members of the Heaven Killer were fleeing outside the city, and countless injured people were wailing inside the city. Not far away, two Heaven Killer battleships sped over. They were the soldiers of the Heaven Killer race who had been ordered to rescue the injured and comfort the people. However, as soon as the two battleships flew over the ruins, they were pierced by two spear shadows that fell from the sky. Boom! Boom! The fiery red spear shadows destroyed the two battleships on the spot and blew them into pieces. The black-armored warriors in the battleships were blown to smithereens. The remaining two martial gods in golden armor were severely injured too. Blood was gushing out of their bodies. The two of them were furious and terrified. They quickly pulled out their swords and sabers and vigilantly searched for the enemy. But neither of them found anything. Ji Ku descended from the sky and teleported behind one of the martial gods, knocking him out with a spear strike. The other martial god reacted and turned around to run without hesitation. Ji Ku chased after him and swept her spear again, knocking the martial god unconscious. Then, she carried the two unconscious martial gods and returned to the battleship high in the sky. Plop! Plop! Ji Ku entered the battleship and threw the two martial gods on the ground. Bai Long couldn't wait any longer. He immediately used the soul-searching technique to seize the memories of the two martial gods. Everyone remained silent and looked at him expectantly. After 100 breaths of time, White Dragon finished casting the spell and opened his eyes. The corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. He casually threw out 2 balls of divine flame and burned the 2 martial gods to ashes. By Long, have you found anything? Where is the Arch Palace of the Heaven Killer race? Yun Yao and Ji Ku both asked. Bai Long pointed to the west and said with a smile, the Emperor God Palace is in the Endless Sea region, above the sky where the clouds gather. One of them doesn't know anything, while the other knows the approximate location of the Arch Palace. Ji Ku nodded and urged, then what are we waiting for? Let's go. White Dragon did not waste any more time and hurriedly drove the battleship to the Endless Sea domain at the fastest speed. Fortunately, they were lucky enough to land not far away from the sea. In just a short 4 hours, the Tianqing battleship arrived above the sea and began searching through the vast sea of clouds. Not only did they search with their eyes, but they also released their divine consciousness to cover a radius of 90,000 miles to find the whereabouts of the Arch Palace. It didn't take long for Yun Yao to get the results. 90,000 miles to the left, a magnificent palace stood in the sea of clouds. She pointed out the direction, and White Dragon hurriedly piloted the warship and flew over. When the battleship approached the Imperial God Palace, White Dragon activated the formation and made the battleship invisible. The battleship flew silently to the Imperial God Palace, and everyone secretly checked the situation in the Imperial God Palace. Although Planet Heaven Destroyer had suffered a disaster and half of the planet had been reduced to ruins, the Imperial God Palace above the Sea of Clouds was protected by a heavenly god-level formation, so it was still intact. However, it was chaotic inside and outside the Imperial God Palace. Thousands of Heaven Destroyer battleships were flying in and out in a hurry. Of course, most of them departed from the Imperial God Palace and headed to various continents. In the Imperial God Palace, there were batches of Heaven Destroyer soldiers who quickly gathered and boarded the battleships to leave. Even the guards guarding the Imperial God Palace were extremely busy. They were shuttling back and forth as if they were carrying out some mission. Looking at the situation, Yun Yao, Ji Ku, and the others guessed the reason. Planet Heaven Destroyer must have suffered a disaster. The continents are in chaos, and the people are in a terrible situation. Countless Heaven Destroyer soldiers have gathered in the Imperial God Palace, and they are now rushing to various continents to provide relief. Although those Heaven Destroyer soldiers are very busy, as if they are rushing to be reincarnated, they are not in a mess. This means that there are experts guarding the Imperial God Palace, and they are giving orders in an orderly manner. Bai Long nodded in agreement. He sneered and said, the Heaven Destroyer clan is now an arrow at the end of its flight, and they are on the verge of extinction. The only experts who can stand on the stage are Yun Shuiyan, Tian Shu, and her son. In my opinion, that pair of mother and son should be in the Imperial God Palace. Let's kill our way in, destroy the Imperial God Palace, and capture Yun Shuiyan and her son. Then, we will know where Master is. Ji Tianqing was not around, so Yun Yao was the backbone of everyone. She nodded slightly in agreement and said in a serious tone, although only Yun Shuiyan and Tian Shu can pose a threat to us, there are hundreds of thousands of Heaven Destroyer soldiers in the Imperial God Palace. However, there are at least hundreds of thousands of soldiers in the Divine Palace. We have to be careful and have a clear plan and goal to succeed. I will now assign the tasks, and everyone must do their best to complete them. Then, Yin Yao assigned the tasks to everyone. Shi and Ji Ku charged into the Imperial God Palace and worked together to break the defensive array. Their main goal was to deal with Tian Shu and Yun Shuiyan. Ji Wuhan and Ji Wushuang followed by Long and charged into the Imperial God Palace from the side. Their mission was to destroy the battleships as soon as possible. The 4 divine beasts entered from the side and the back, and they were responsible for eliminating the guards and soldiers in the Imperial God Palace. After the miscellaneous fish were cleared, everyone gathered in the center of the Imperial God Palace. No one had any objections, and they immediately set off. Swoosh! With a flash, Yun Yao and Ji Ku flew out of the battleship. Both of them were wearing pitch-black Source Stone battle armors. They held Source Stone swords and divine spears as they flew straight to the main gate of the Imperial God Palace. There were hundreds of battleships and thousands of Heaven Destroyer soldiers gathered outside the gate. However, the two of them remained invisible and used a secret technique to observe the defensive array. Then, they began to crack it. Many years ago, Ji Tianqing had taught them how to crack the powerful divine array of the Heaven Destroyer clan. Now, both of them were half-step heavenly gods and had heavenly god-level Source Stone divine weapons. It was a piece of cake for them to crack the defensive array of the Imperial God Palace. 100 seconds later. With a loud crack, Yun Yao and Ji Ku broke a hole in the heavenly god array protecting the Imperial God Palace. On the purple light screen that had a radius of hundreds of miles, a 10 miles long and thousands of meters wide gully appeared. Violent purple godly power seeped out of the gap and fell into the sea of clouds. The Heaven Destroyer soldiers outside the gate were stunned. Then, everyone roared and exclaimed as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Yun Yao and Ji Ku attacked decisively. They swung their swords and spears and drowned thousands of Heaven Destroyer soldiers. Boom! 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 A deafening explosion immediately exploded in the sea of clouds, causing the Emperor God Palace to shake endlessly. With one move, more than 3,000 soldiers of the heaven-punishing army were killed on the spot. There were deafening roars and roars in the Imperial God Palace, as well as ear-piercing alarms. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the four divine beasts went through the gap and got into the array. They quickly rushed to the side and the back of the Imperial God Palace. Chapter 2742. Yun Yao had already assigned the tasks. Everyone and the four divine beasts each had their own tasks, trying to achieve the goal in the shortest time possible. The four divine beasts rushed into the Arch Palace and rushed to the right and back. They bumped into thousands of heaven-punishing guards, who were rushing to the main gate to provide support. The four mythological beasts didn't hesitate at all. They immediately released a destructive divine light that slaughtered hundreds of guards. Many guards were shocked. They couldn't care less about the gate and immediately attacked the four divine beasts. Qian Yu and Lu Li stayed to deal with more than 6,000 guards. Black Dragon and Lan Kuan rushed out of the encirclement and rushed to the back of the Arch Palace. On the other side, on the left side of the Arch Palace, Bai Long drove the battleship and flew out of the purple light shield with Ji Wuhan and Ji Wushuang. They didn't rush in from the gate, because Bai Long was confident that he could break the divine formation. He controlled the Tianqing battleship and activated the two main cannons at the front of the battleship, aiming at the purple light shield. Kaboom! As the two dazzling golden light beams blasted out, the purple light shield was immediately blasted open, and endless debris splashed out. The incomparably violent impact caused the entire light barrier to tremble. The two dazzling golden light beams also didn't dissipate. They passed through the purple light shield and blasted into the Arch Palace. With a muffled rumble, several palaces collapsed and turned into ruins. Naturally, more than 1,000 guards and servants died on the spot and were blasted into powder by the dazzling golden light beams. Swoosh! The Tianqing battleship was as fast as lightning. It passed through the gap in the formation and rushed into the Arch Palace. At this time, a large number of guards and soldiers rushed out of the Arch Palace with murderous intent. Seeing the Tianqing battleship break into the Arch Palace, everyone immediately locked onto the target and attacked the battleship. However, the overwhelming purple light blades and all kinds of divine powers and secret arts couldn't do anything to the Tianqing battleship. They couldn't even leave a mark on the battleship, let alone damage it. On the other hand, the divine cannons on both sides of the battleship opened up and shot out dazzling golden light beams, blasting the guards and soldiers of the heaven-conquering army into pieces. The Tianqing battleship at full power was simply the most violent killing machine. Not only were thousands of guards and heaven-punishing soldiers killed, but they were also forced to flee in panic. Even the palaces and buildings within a radius of dozens of miles were blasted into ruins by the beams of light, leaving only deep pits and broken walls. The battle at the entrance of the Emperor God Palace was the most intense. Yunyao wielded her sword with both hands and multitasked. She executed two types of sword Dao divine arts at the same time, spraying out sword lights that blotted out the sky. With her as the center, the surrounding area was filled with sword light. She was like a moving hurricane of blades, violently sweeping across the battlefield. All the soldiers of the heaven-punishing army that were swept by the hurricane were crushed into pieces, and blood rained down from the sky. Ji Ku wielded the Origin Stone divine spear and started a massacre in the sky. Hundreds of heaven-punishing battleships were gathered here, ready to set off, but they were all destroyed by her. With a wave of the divine spear, monstrous divine flames poured down, drowning many soldiers of the heaven-punishing army and burning them to ashes in an instant. With a thrust of the divine spear, the terrifying spear shadows enveloped many battleships and pierced them into sieves in the blink of an eye. They were like piles of scrap metal. The two war goddesses used all their strength and unleashed destructive power that could destroy the world. The surrounding battleships and soldiers of the heaven-punishing army couldn't stop them at all and were quickly slaughtered. The battle lasted for about 15 minutes. More than half of the 800 battleships were destroyed. Only 200 battleships escaped from the Emperor God Palace and escaped the disaster. About 40,000 soldiers of the heaven-punishing army were also slaughtered. The rest either fled the Emperor God Palace with the battleships or supported other places. More than 10,000 soldiers of the heaven-punishing army stayed near the main entrance. However, they were terrified and didn't dare to face Yunyao and Ji Ku head-on. They could only retreat into the Emperor God Palace. When the situation was critical and the soldiers of the heaven-punishing army lost their will to fight, an earth-shattering roar came from the depths of the Emperor God Palace. Ji Tianqing's henchmen, you're digging your own grave. As the roar came, a tall figure covered in purple flames flew out from the depths of the Emperor God Palace. Swish! In the blink of an eye, the figure arrived above the square. That person was 10 feet tall and his body was black and covered with icy blue patterns. His body was full of murderous intent. Without a doubt, he was Tian Shu. Tian Shu had thought that the disaster of the heaven-punishing planet would be over when the Divine King's avatar came to the mortal world. Then, the Divine King's avatar would be invincible and kill Ji Tianqing. That would be the end of the story. If the Divine King's avatar was free, he would meet him and hear him call him master and give him all kinds of divine powers and divine artifacts. That would be perfect. However, things didn't go as planned. Before Tian Shu could finish cleaning up the mess in the Emperor God Palace, Ji Tianqing's henchmen had arrived. How dare they? They must have a death wish. The most infuriating thing was that the 100,000 soldiers, thousands of battleships, and thousands of guards in the Emperor God Palace couldn't defeat Ji Tianqing's henchmen. Tian Shu had no choice but to put down what he was doing and join the battle in person. Other government affairs, such as deploying troops, protecting the heaven-punishing planet, and investigating the whereabouts of the Divine King's avatar, were all left to his mother, Yun Shuiyan. The more than 10,000 heaven-destroying soldiers around the square heaved a sigh of relief when they saw Tian Shu appear in person. They looked as if they had been relieved of a heavy burden. The Thearcha's son is finally here. That's great. As long as the Thearcha's sun strikes, those two bitches will definitely die. No matter how big the disaster is, don't even think about defeating the heaven-punishing planet. The Thearch's son is mighty. Kill those two bastards. Many captains and soldiers of the heaven-punishing army were cheering in high spirits, anticipating the scene of Yun Yao and Ji Ku being killed. Tian Shu didn't waste any time. He summoned the Poseidon's halberd with his right hand and charged toward Ji Ku. Ji Ku was wearing armor and holding a divine spear. Her body was wrapped in divine flames and she looked the most valiant. Moreover, she specialized in dealing with the heaven-punishing battleships. Her killing power was terrifying. Naturally, she became Tian Shu's primary target. Bitch, die. Tian Shu roared and waved the Poseidon's halberd at Ji Ku. In an instant, dozens of purple lights were shot out and more than 30 purple light blades were shot out. Dozens of purple lights burst out with unparalleled power and engulfed Ji Ku's figure. Countless soldiers clapped and cheered for Tian Shu. However, Ji Ku held the divine spear tightly with both hands and instantly shot out hundreds of beams of divine light. She used 4 types of divine flames. Only a burst of peng 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 muffled sounds burst out, and the purple light that filled the sky was defeated, but Ji Ku was safe and sound. Not only that, but she also teleported in front of Tian Shu and stabbed more than 200 times with her divine spear. The sky was covered by divine flames. Tian Shu was shocked and could only block with all his might. However, he was only able to block half of the attacks and was hit by more than 30 spear shadows. He spat out blood and was sent flying. The cheers of the heaven-destroying soldiers in the square suddenly stopped. Their faces were filled with astonishment. Chapter 27:43. The square was dead silent. More than 10,000 soldiers of the heaven-punishing army fell silent. No one had expected the result to be like this. In their minds, Tian Shu was the #1 prodigy in the universe, the famous god of war. Other than the emperor and the empress, no one could defeat Tian Shu. However, reality shattered everyone's fantasies and expectations. After exchanging 2 blows with the red-haired woman, Tian Shu was sent flying and spitting out blood. What kind of terrifying power was that? Suddenly, the soldiers of the heaven-punishing army felt their hearts in their mouths. Everyone muttered in their hearts. Ji Tianqing's accomplice was also so powerful that even Tian Shu was no match for her. Moreover, the woman with the dual swords was almost as powerful as the woman with the spear. Didn't this mean that the woman with the dual swords could also defeat Tian Shu easily? Oh my god! Both women were so powerful. How could Tian Shu withstand their attacks? If the Empress didn't make a move, Tian Shu would definitely be defeated. Tian Shu also saw the reactions of the soldiers of the heaven-punishing army. He was furious and his murderous intent soared. He was unwilling to admit defeat. He waved the Neptune's halberd again and charged toward Ji Ku. He was so fast that he left a series of afterimages in the sky. When he waved the Neptune's halberd with both hands and unleashed an overwhelming amount of purple light, Ji Ku stared at him with sharp eyes. She found his real body in the sky full of light and shadows. She found his only flaw and thrust her spear with all her strength. Bang! Another deafening explosion erupted, and the purple light that filled the sky shattered with a bang. Before Tian Shu could get close to Ji Ku, he was sent flying again. His hair was disheveled, and he crashed into a palace. The palace collapsed on the spot. It was smashed into pieces and turned into ruins. A large bloody hole appeared in Tian Shu's abdomen. Dark purple blood gushed out of it. Seeing this, the soldiers of the heaven-punishing army on the square were all dumbfounded. They all exclaimed in disbelief. Tian Shu was even more furious. He ignored his injuries and waved the Neptune's halberd again toward Ji Ku. This time, he did not hesitate to use his trump card and unleash his combat strength to the limit. The sea god's halberd swung through the air and a sky-blotting icy blue wave crashed down upon Ji Ku's head with devastating power. Ji Ku was still fearless. He gripped the source stone divine spear tightly with both hands and unleashed 360 spear shadows with all his might. Each spear shadow was over 1,000 zhang long, like a lofty mountain. Moreover, the colors of the spear shadows were dazzling. They were formed from divine flames of different attributes. Golden, crimson, black, purple, and white divine flames exuded terrifying divine might. Boom 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 boom. In the next moment, the 360 spear shadows collided with the monstrous waves, causing an earth-shaking explosion. Under the horrified gazes of the crowd, the overwhelming ice-blue waves were torn apart by the spear shadows. Then, the icy blue waves evaporated completely, turning into water vapor and dissipating. Tian Shu's ultimate killer move was thus dispelled by Ji Ku. Of the 360 spear shadows, only 300 were destroyed. The remaining 30 or so spear shadows pierced the sky pivot in an incomparably violent manner. Bang! 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 Ah! 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 With a series of screams, Tian Shu was sent flying again, rolling 30 miles away. Along the way, he penetrated more than a dozen palaces and plowed a huge gully in the ground. When he fell into the ruins and was buried by countless bricks and tiles, the palaces also collapsed. The scene in front of them caused the heaven-punishing soldiers around the square to reveal expressions of shock and horror. Similar thoughts appeared in everyone's mind. Oh my God! How terrifying is this woman's strength! The Emperor is no match for her at all and has been crushed from the beginning to the end. This is too terrifying. I'm afraid that only the Empress can defeat this woman. Under the horrified gazes of the crowd, Ji Ku turned into a red stream of light and flew into the depths of the Imperial God Palace, continuing to pursue Tian Shu. At the same time, Yin Yao did not stop casting. She was using her ultimate sword technique to kill the soldiers around the square. In the span of 10 breaths, she had already killed more than 2,000 people. When she swung her sword at the crowd again, many soldiers of the Imperial God Palace cried out in alarm and turned to flee in panic. At this moment, another murderous roar exploded from the depths of the Imperial God Palace. Lowly insects, you must be tired of living. As the cold female voice sounded, a graceful figure flew out from the depths of the Imperial God Palace and came to the sky. She was wearing a luxurious ice-blue dress, which was 30 feet long and fluttering in the sky, making her look like a fairy who had descended from the 9 heavens. She was 7 feet tall, with a delicate face and a graceful and luxurious aura. She really looked like a mother of the world. Moreover, she was the most powerful person in the Imperial God Palace. Even though she was empty-handed, she still exuded an invisible divine aura that suppressed the entire Imperial God Palace. The soldiers of the Imperial God Palace who were running away in a hurry suddenly found their backbone and stopped running. Everyone gathered together, looking at Yun Yao and Ji Ku with vigilance. They were secretly on guard. Tian Shu, who was severely injured, also crawled out of the ruins and flew to the sky, standing behind Yun Shuiyan. His body was covered in purple blood, and there were huge bloody holes in his chest and limbs. His bones could be seen clearly. However, he used his divine powers and secret arts. His body flashed with an ice-blue light, and his wounds healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, he could not recover the divine power he had used so quickly, and his mental state was still not good. Tian Shu stared at Ji Ku and Yun Yao with bloodshot eyes and said to Yun Shuiyan, "Mother, I've already investigated. These 2 lowly servants are Ji Tianqing's accomplices. Moreover, they are Ji Tianqing's wives." As he spoke, Tian Shu's eyes flashed with a cold, bloodthirsty glint. Yun Shuiyen nodded slightly to show that she understood. She said through voice transmission, Tian Shu, suppress your injuries as soon as possible. Mother will stop them. Tian Shu nodded and acknowledged the order. He was not in a hurry and felt that victory was within his grasp. He believed that the godly king's clone would soon kill Ji Tianqing. It would be best if he and Yun Shuiyen could defeat Ji Tianqing's accomplices. Even if they could not defeat them, they just needed to stall for time. When the godly king's clone arrived, everything would be over. When that happened, the Imperial God Palace would still be the final winner. At that moment, Yun Shuiyen stared coldly at Yun Yao and Ji Ku. She said in a deep voice, the two of you are quite strong. You don't look like fools, yet you did such a foolish thing. Our clan's backer, the almighty godly king, has already sent a clone to kill Ji Tianqing. Ji Tianqing is dead for sure, yet you still dare to barge into the Imperial God Palace. Do you want to die with him? Yun Shuiyen's thoughts were much more complicated than Tian Shu's. She knew that Yun Yao and Ji Ku were very strong, so she was not in a hurry to kill them. Instead, she used a psychological attack. As expected, Yun Yao and Ji Ku's expressions changed when they heard this. Their brows furrowed tightly. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.